It's just so simple, why can't you come and see? The path is lined in red and gold, dust, whole heart melancholy. Think no, hear no, see no evil. Hear no to no, no to the evil. The crown's gospel is heard across the lands. If they try to ever stop me, I call curse the lamb. Hush, cry a river, your soul is mine. These shackles cannot keep me, for I am divine. Time ticks on, succeeding. These legends are impeding. Our progress is waning. That's why they need to go away. Today's the day we see the walls falling down. The people will all bow ally to the crown. It's just so simple, why can't you come and see? The path is lined in red and gold, dust, whole heart melancholy. Think no, hear no, see no evil. Hear no to no, no to the evil. Hush, cry a river, your soul is mine. These shackles cannot keep me, for I am divine. Hush, cry a river, your soul is mine. These shackles cannot keep me, for I am divine. Hush, cry a river, your soul is mine. These shackles cannot keep me, for I am divine. Think no, hear no, see no evil. Hear no to no, no to the evil.
Hey chat, what's up? Hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone's having a good night. I having a fantastic night because I got my call out, and it is awful. You would think somebody with 100,000 channel just hit 100,000, and an entire Discord of people that have done nothing but talk about me for almost a month straight now would have been able to come up with something. Literally anything. But what they did try to do is they deleted all their DMs with me and then shared some of my DMs with their chat. So I guess what they thought would happen was they would take the meanest of my DMs, they would delete all of our DMs together, and then I would have nothing to respond to. However, they underestimate my ability to be autistic. I have every single DM that we have. I don't know why. I don't know how they thought, like, oh yeah, no, I'll just delete all our DMs and they won't have anything. There'll be nothing. They can't show the context. It's all gone. But as I showed on Twitter, I have the context. Let me find it really quick just to illustrate the point. But here, gotta swap to the Twitter capture. I have multiple captures going, chat. I do have all of our DMs. Because what happened, right, is I received a message from Rima's friend Straub, and she was like, hey, Rima sent me your DMs, and you look bad in them. So that, unlike some people say, I do take criticism on board. So when I got sent that, I took my DMs and I sent them all to one of my close friends. And I was like, hey, close friend, here's every single piece of conversation we have had. Where did I fuck up in this? I didn't say, tell me I'm right. I didn't say, tell me they're wrong. I said, where in this did I fuck up? And they read through all of them. And they're like, I don't think you did fuck up, actually. I think you did just fine. And I was like, okay, well, that's it. That's end of story. That friend has never once publicly posted regarding these DMs because I asked them not to. I said this was a thing between me and you. So I just wanted to know how you felt about it. So that it never went anywhere. But then Rima did a video. And I'm going to show you guys because I think it's ridiculous. It is this video here. They tried to send spies in my Discord, exposing the most unhinged VTuber community. And the absolute gall for her to put herself on the thumbnail is brigaded. I can't, chat. That is peak just being absolutely pathetic. Genuinely, in my opinion, that is horrendously pathetic. So here's what we're gonna do, right? Is because I could be just kind of a popping up my VTube studio. You're not supposed to just pick up anything. So most people do a Google Docie. The people love the Google Docies these days. The kids love their Google Docies. I decided Google Docies are kind of played out. Sorry, chat. I don't believe in the Google Docie. I made a Google slideshow. And look, there's me. There's me on the front. We made a Google slideshow. And normally, I would have just... I don't like bringing other people into things, right? I said this during my last stream. I've said this on my Discord. I do not like to drag other people into my business. I specifically said that, I wanted to handle this myself. However, Rima seems to feel like she needs to involve her friends need to involve their friends, she needs to involve her community needs to involve their friends, and they need to keep roping in all these people. So since I apparently have the most unhinged VTuber community, I decided I wasn't going to leave out the context, chat, because we're all talking about context. So unlike Rima, who has a very sane, very polite, very wonderful community, who has never done anything wrong, has never posted any lies, has never said anything negative about anybody, has never in their life posted a mean thing about me for months straight. We're just gonna go over all of them. And that's what she set up. She wants to, you know, go bar for bar with community. She wants to talk about who's got a mean community and who doesn't. And yeah, fine, we'll go community for community. And before we get too deep into it, I saw me, why? I don't know, you're probably mixed in her community somewhere. I'll have to find out. Or they might have just mentioned you once. She is obsessed, specifically, with this idea that we have spies. You see it here, it says, "Hi, Akko spies." It's something that Straub says here, no gay ops except the guy who tried to get spies in Rima's server. They are obsessed with this idea that we have secret spies hidden in their server. So I'm gonna tell them a secret. I'm gonna tell them a super duper secret that nobody would know about. I do have a spy in your server. That spy is me. It is an alternate character I own. I am that spy. You know why I'm that spy? Because your server's fucking public, you dumbass. It is a open server. All of your links to it still work. I don't know what you're talking about a spy. All I need is a separate Discord account. You're so dumb. All of you are so dumb. I don't understand how you didn't... It's a public server. What do you want me to say, bro? Yeah, there's a spy in the server. You're public... Like, let's say like I have a spy out in public. And it's just me standing on the corner of a fucking street. I don't know what they want me to say, chat. I don't know how they want me to sort that out, to work through it. It was me, Barry. It was me, Barry. I'm the spy. It's hard, chat, to like keep a straight face when you talk about some of this stuff. Thank you for the $2, Aguario. Nice alt model. She is cute. She is super cute. She's an alternate model I own. She's never been like rigged up or anything, but I love her. I think she's adorable. And, you know, perhaps one day I'll do something with her. Right now, I mostly use her for art. But yeah, I don't understand this. The googly eyes, silly mustache. Makes a convincing disguise. But yeah, that's the big claim of her video here, is that we run a community of spies. Of secret spies. I don't know about those piercings. I'm sorry, chat. I love piercings. Not a whole bunch of piercings, but I love a little bit of piercings. Like nose piercings. I like snake bites. Oh, snake bites are so hot. Anyways, so what we're gonna do, in order, we're gonna watch through her video. There are a couple spots where we're gonna step away from the video to just kind of prove her like blatantly wrong on something that she just lies about. And then after that, at the end, we will go through all of the BS she's kind of put out there. Because I think that's just going to be the easiest way to handle it. And real quick, chat, I would like to remind everybody that this started over this tweet. This is the ultimate in my evils, chat. The worst thing in my life I've ever done is tweeted this about Rima. It all started from this singular tweet, which was deleted on her request. Man, I like Rima. This video is terrible. It's a one-to-one retelling of the anti-Cinder side with no investigation. This feels like a I know it'll get views video rather than a real thought-out documentary. Really doesn't help after I saw she was sent videos that counter the popular narrative and dismissed them because they were from smaller channels. This is it. This is what started this. She lost her shit over this singular tweet. She can't take criticism. Is like generally the world's most gentle criticism, and she just flipped her shit. Not even like a little bit either. Here, I have a this is what we're gonna go over later towards the end because Rima decided to show the DMs, so I have the DMs. I just, Cinder, you may need to check on your mods. They're banning people disagreeing on the Cinder video and hiding people from your channel's comments. Sent me an essay. Multi-page essay. Not even like a short one. Huge essay. Took 3 pages of my phone's camera to capture it. But yes, chat, she was very nice and polite. Nobody else has ever said anything mean or rude to her. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the whole video, step by step. Because apparently she has, she's caught me out in so many lies, chat. So many heinous, horrendous lies. And we're just gonna watch it from start to finish. It's gonna be an hour. Hope you guys you're settled in, you're all comfy cozy. You've got some tasty foodage. And we'll sink our teeth into it.
On whether or not I should say something about this.
I do want to point out really quick, chat. This is a lie from her. She's gonna be in the bottom corner here. Here, maybe I will maybe I'll scoot myself around a little bit so we can see the Rima. She can be on my other side. Or you know what? If she's gonna be, because normally people are on the left side like that, I'll just put myself on the right. There we go. We'll just put myself over here, chat, for tonight. That way we can capture all of Rima over here. I do need to shrink this a little bit so you can see all of it. But I have to point out that this is a lie from her right off the bat. And I think some of you know that. Because I actually said weeks ago that I had information that somebody was making a video / call out on me, and they were trying to collect help from other large VTubers. That was Rima. I've known that she's been doing this for like well over 2 weeks now. I don't know why she thought she would lie about this. Like, I've been so torn up inside, chat, about whether or not I should discuss this or not. No, you weren't. I already knew you were making this. I'm not stupid, Rima. And not everybody you think is on your side is on your side. Some people genuinely think you're being an asshole about this. And they're perfectly fine telling me they think you're an asshole for this.
Stayed quiet for a long time, not because I had nothing to say, but because I believe that not every disagreement needs to become a public spectacle. I never wanted to add fuel to the fire, but silence has a cost, and I now realize that my silence has enabled a one-sided, dishonest narrative to fester.
She is insane, bro. My silence, it has a cost, and it has allowed a one-sided, dishonest narrative to fester. Rima, not a single person in your community agrees with me. Not a single one. Your entire community is against me. Straub, you have Straub on your side. She has her community on against me. She has also, like, publicly defended you. Rev has publicly defended you. I don't know what, like, you're smoking that you thought you're, like, owning me in this. No, you're crazy, Rima.
Debated whether or not to speak up, knowing that certain people thrive off getting a reaction, hoping I'd say something they can twist or weaponize. However, I can no longer ignore the fact that this has escalated beyond just me and has crossed several lines. These individuals are now attacking and spreading lies about a close friend of mine, and that crosses a line I won't tolerate. If defending...
She's talking about Straub. Rima, let me let you in on a little secret. Do you know who got Straub involved in this? You did. You sent Straub all our DMs. You sent Straub to our community to try and start shit with us. And then Straub decided to publicly turn it into a spectacle herself. I don't know, like, where you get off on this. This, oh, poor Straub did nothing. She's a big girl, Rima. She can fight her own battles. Let her fight her own battles.
myself wasn't enough reason to speak, defending them is. And for those who aren't aware, this is about...
Oh, I'm going to point out, chat. This is really bizarre to me. So, I'm going to scoot over. You can see that there is a super chat in the corner there, right? That is weird to me, because this is a pre-recorded video. So what she did is she was streaming, but she made a completely pre-recorded video of this, and then just played the pre-recorded video on stream. Now, why would she do that? She's streaming, right? She's streaming and she's responding to other drama. Why is it a pre-recorded video about me? Well, it's clearly so she can show facts and evidence, right? Well, I'm going to show facts and evidence. So, pre-recorded video isn't an excuse. She's shown facts and evidence while streaming before, so not an excuse. She did it because she doesn't want to respond to my whole video. She wants to specifically cherry pick the sections that she wants and deceptively clip them in a way so she can use them against me. I saw it while I was watching her a couple times. There's just like these little clips that she just barely cut off the front of. And that front bit is just loaded with extra information that she doesn't want people to know. It's such a dishonest way to do content. However, this also comes with a downside, chat. When you do pre-recorded content, you have a much lesser excuse for when you get facts wrong. There are several points during this video where Rima is going to say something only to be contradicted by it later when she tries to make a second point against me. If she was doing an active live stream, she might have an excuse for this. That she didn't realize that she showed the same person and pretended they were on both sides twice. But it's a scripted video, which tells me that she's just lying. Because there's no way she didn't realize that she put a contradictory fact at the start and at the end of the video. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
About Mizutamari, he has tried to escalate the situation at every turn, even though I've remained completely silent. You can check my past broadcasts, you can check my Twitter for proof. And now he's crossed a line
This is something I do have to call out. She says that I have escalated at every turn, and she has been silent the entire time. You have not been silent the entire time. You have been active in your Discord. Your Discord has been fighting me on your behalf. Your friends have been fighting me on your behalf. Rima, you may be silent. However, your silence is an active condemnation of yourself. Because you are allowing your friends and your community to go and do your dirty work on your behalf without coming forward and saying, hey guys, stop. And I'm not saying you have to do that. However, if you're going to try and use this as a defense, you are going to need to actually think about like your other actions. But she hasn't.
Never thought anyone would even consider what he's done is truly disturbing, and I hope that you can stick around till the end of the video to find out why. My goal now is to set the record straight on the lies he has told the public until now.
I was going to sit down and take time to crop out the name of the initiating party of this, or the sort of initiating party of this.
The initiating party Mizu is referring to here is me, and Mizu's biggest lie throughout all of this is grossly misrepresenting the timeline of event of what truly happened. So Mizu claimed I was the initiating party. Let's start from the beginning. This all started with me putting up the waiting room for my Cinder video.
Now chat, I want you to notice something, and let me scoot over here so you can notice even harder. Do you recognize those names? Do any of them look like Mizutamari? Do any of them look like my old name, Mizuhana? It's kind of weird, right? If we're talking about me initiating things in her waiting room, which by the way, this is not a waiting room. I don't know, like these are comments on the YouTube video. This does not show up in the waiting room. I don't know why she said waiting room. That's actually going to be a weird thing that's going to show up a lot during this video chat, is she constantly just says something that's not true versus what she's showing on screen. And some of it's small, like this, like saying it's a waiting room, but some of it's like bigger. Like at some point she just starts saying people are me that aren't me. And she's like, here's this guy, he's Mizu. It's like, that's not, who the fuck is that, Rima? So yeah, no, this is where she starts. I'm not the initiating party. These other people are the initiating party. Like, I don't know what you want me to say about that. That's also why I have to bring up all this other stuff with your fans, Rima. Because if we're going to say, oh, you're responsible for what your fans are doing, then your fans started it. I've been relentlessly attacked over my position on the Cinder thing since day one. Since day one, when I said, I don't think Cinder was as bad as everybody's saying. I think there's more information here that we need to see. I need more evidence. I've been attacked on that from day one. And I wouldn't dare blame that on you. But you're blaming my followers on me, so I don't see why I can't. You've set up the rules, Rima. You are now responsible for your followers. Congratulations.
I want to underline that before my Cinder video even premiered, members of Mizu's Discord had already started attacking it, despite not having even seen it yet. They were trashing the video, they were leaving negative comments, they were screenshotting them and sharing them in the server to mock it. It wasn't constructive criticism, it was targeted hostility.
Alright, so let's go for the targeted hostility. Well, there's two things I want to do. First, I want to point out that she specifically says members of my Discord. And this is something I brought up with her, I brought up with Straub, and I brought up with other people that have tried to use this as an argument. Who do you think, at the end of the day, is more likely to show up to your anti-Cinder video? One of the 22,000 people that saw my anti-Lily video, which only actually got about 10,000 views total. Is it one of these people? Or is it one of these people? One of the 305,000 followers that Cinder has? Who is more likely to show up and hate on your anti-Cinder video, Rima? What percentage of it do you think came from me? And what percentage of it do you think came from her? You can't genuinely be this stupid. The reality is, Rima, that a lot of the Cinder people that are very vocal were active in my Discord because I was one of the few people that were not banning people for being pro-Cinder. Your Discord was harassing anyone that was even remotely pro-Cinder. The smallest amount pro-Cinder. That's why people left Discords like mine where people were allowed to say both sides. I know that's a wild concept to you, Rima, that people can disagree and they don't have to be purged from the Discord. I know that's a wild concept for you because you banned so many people for agreeing with me at this point. But no, Rima, we just didn't ban people. Sorry. It doesn't help your argument.
Coordinated before the content had even aired. These same users then went on Twitter to speculate about my Mythic contract, saying that I have a...
Notice chat. Still not me. And I do feel like I now have to say this, but the only time I've ever even been in a stream with Sparky is on Akko's stream. Because Sparky is Akko's friend. I don't know Sparky that well. The one time I have had like a actual written conversation with Sparky, it was us fighting with each other. So I don't know why she seems to think that trying to tie me to him is this brilliant 5D chess move. But yeah, no. The only time we've really spoken is a fight.
conflict of interest because I'm with Mythic, and just like Shy Lily, even though Mythic is only a sponsor agency and has no control over my content whatsoever. As proof of that, I've also made a video about Bunny Ayu, who is also represented by Mythic Talent, and that was after I joined Mythic Agency.
He never had like a thing, but Straub is extremely mad that I criticized Rima once.
Throughout all of this, Mizu has repeated the narrative.
Again, chat. She's showing evidence. None of that is my name. Literally none of that is my name. I don't get where she goes with this constantly. Like, she's always wants to be like, hey, look, here's people. And that's going to be most of this video, is her saying, Mizu lied. Here's not Mizu saying something. Like, it's not me, Rima. I know, like, your foreign language, English second language, or whatever that chat said earlier. None of those are my name. If you want, I can write it down and I can spell it for you, so you can get a hold of what we're talking about.
Narrative that this has all started because he criticized me on my Cinder video once. So now let me show you how this is a lie. On the day of the premiere,
here we go, chat. We finally have messages from me. This is the totality of every message I posted on Rima's livestream chat. And I'll read them for you all. Rima, no, you can't have watched that stream and came away thinking Lily was good. She literally admits every mean thing Cinder said about her was true. And I covered this in my video on it. So it's wild everyone believes this uncritically. When Shy Lily agreed to the overlapping date on top of Numi, even with the most charitable view. I say Lily admits later in the stream she has no proof of anything she said, and it's all entirely third-party hearsay from a currently unknown person. And then the last one was me adding somebody directly who said that I had not seen Lily's video and I was just making stuff up. And I said I covered the entire stream on my own channel. Lily says some downright evil stuff in that stream, and it's disappointing Rima ignored it despite numerous people telling her. This is it. This is the entirety of what I said. And let's see how Rima characterizes this.
the toxic environment that had built in Mizu's Discord spilled directly in my live stream. And when Mizu joined himself the chat and started arguing with viewers who were simply here to enjoy the video, his behavior was combative, disruptive, and derailed the experience of everybody that was just there to enjoy the experience.
So this is something I told Rima in DMs, and I have to reiterate here, and I have to reiterate for Rima's chat. Hi, Rima's chat. You make videos about drama. You dumb hoe. That's all you do, is you make videos about drama. You can't sit here and be like, I know I make videos on controversial subjects involving other people's lives, but like, you can't disagree with me on that publicly. My chat is a safe space. The fuck are you on about, woman? You are in a highly combative kind of sector. You can't sit here and pretend like you're just fine to say whatever you want and people can't reply. That's deeply inappropriate, Rima, and you need to sort that shit out.
At one point, Mizu even complained that a specific clip wasn't shown, when in reality it was included in the video, and it was proof that he wasn't there to actually watch or engage. He was just there to provoke. He then went on to claim that all of this information could be found on his own channel, essentially using my livestream to self-promote his content.
There we go, chat. Look at that. That's self-promotion. That's my huge self-promotion. Saying I covered the entire stream on my own channel. That's fucking great, dude. Oh, man. And I do want to say, notice chat, that she said that was self-promotion. because she's going to change this story almost immediately. Because saying that I got busted for self-promotion, that doesn't like hold a bunch of weight with a lot of people. Because it's very common in the VTuber space, especially among people who are in the same community. You'd be like, oh yeah, I did this on stream. Oh yeah, I did that on stream. It's very common. So she realizes almost immediately that saying, oh, self-promotion, not a strong argument. So she's going to change it.
On his own channel, essentially using my live stream to self-promote his content and imply it was the superior source. That kind of behavior from anyone is inappropriate. And as a result, my moderator issued a temporary timeout. Under normal rules, it could have been a ban, but the mod team showed restraint. And they were basically just telling him to chill out. And throughout all of this, mind you, I wasn't even in the live stream premiere because I had to leave midway to a singing lesson. But instead of reflecting on his timeout,
we could have banned you. We're so nice. We're so kind. We're so generous to the poor, stupid little puddle. So we timed you out like the generous, wonderful people we are. But you didn't take our generosity, you know, the way you should have. You took it for granted, and you did not reflect on your heinous, evil actions. Shut the fuck up, Rima. You're a drama streamer. We're allowed to comment on the dumb shit you say. So she shows this message from her channel, which you can't find this message on her channel. She hid comments from me on her channel, specifically to, like, remove this. It says, man, Rima, really wish you would have talked to some of the people who approached you with critical info and context counter to the popular narrative instead of ignoring and dismissing them because you didn't feel like it or they're too small to matter. You're not adding anything or making this into a more cohesive narrative. You're just blindly repeating the info we already had from one side as we already had it. You're even ignoring parts of the Cinder callout streams that damage their narrative and just not showing them. I didn't expect a full defense of Cinder or anything, but to so uncritically parrot what other people have said, what other people are saying, is not good for this kind of content. This is a first draft of a commentary channel's first reporting, not a well thought out documentary covering the whole Cinder situation. That's all I said. That's my evil, heinous, disgusting, rude comment.
Mizu then decided to leave a comment on my live stream saying that I was ignoring and dismissing small channels because I didn't feel like it or because they're too small to matter. And then he escalated things even further. He went on Twitter and posted this tweet.
Nah, Rima. You can't call it escalating. You're the one that's removing it from chat. And that's actually interesting that she left that out. That comment was hidden. It's very strange that she admits that she timed me out, or her mods timed me out, but she intentionally left out that the comment was deleted from the video. It's just such a bizarre thing to leave out. Because this is something you don't understand, Rima. Escalation cannot happen if you do not continually try to shut down the conversation. First off, the first thing that ever happened, and I guess I do need to kind of show this to people. Let me pop it open. And technically you guys have already seen it right at the start here. But the very first thing to happen was right here, top of the page, a month before the Cinder video, where I messaged Rima April 27th, 2025, a full month before her video. Careful with the Cinder thing, huge nothing burger so far. And that was me trying to reach out to Rima to talk. Because that's kind of what you do. You drop in, among like drama tubers, you drop in like a subject and you expect to have like a little back and forth on it. Completely ignored it. Didn't show up for a month. She didn't have to show up. Like, I'm not saying she had to reply. But she's acting like I didn't. I didn't try and message her first. But no.
She just wants to ignore that bit. where he shared a Discord screenshot taking out of context from my rat dump and framed it in a way that was misleading and damaging. It implied two things. One, that I was dismissive of smaller accounts, and two, that I was snubbing Armchair Expert, who is a friend of mine.
Wait, what was that? Give me a sec. Remember, this is a live stream. This is not this is a recorded video. This is not a live stream. Did her mouse just like freak out over the screen?
Out of context from my rat dump and framed it in a way that was misleading and damaging. It implied two things. One, that I was dismissive of smaller accounts, and two,
she does. That's so weird, bro. This is a recorded video. What are you doing this for? It's jump cutted. I mean, I know it's jump cutted. It's a recorded video.
I was snubbing Armchair Expert, who is a friend of mine. As you can see in his tweet, he says, "Man, I like Rima, but this video is pretty terrible. Just a one-to-one retelling of anti-Cinder side with no investigation. This feels like a I know I'll get views video rather than a real thought-out documentary on this." So this part I have no problem with. It's what follows that I have. It really doesn't help after I saw she was sent videos that counter the popular narrative and dismissed them because they were from smaller channels.
Notice, chat, she read out that I said videos. So yes, I'm trying to show specifically that she snubbed Armchair, but I did say videos.
So the words he's quoting in this tweet are not words that I directly spoke in my screenshot that he attached. These are words that he added because he's trying.
Notice, Rima, those aren't in quotes. There are no quotation marks around those. I was not quoting you. I was giving my opinion on what you said. Dumbass. Screenshot of the entire page. I do. I showed it earlier, didn't I? It's this one. This is the one she's talking about. I don't know if you guys can see this bit on the bottom here because it's too small now. I have the screenshot of this somewhere. She's really upset because I just showed her replying to this one Armchair thing. And I only showed that because that's all I could capture in one screenshot. I was on my computer and I just like, you know, Control-C, or not Control-Z, what is it, Control-Alt-Print Screen? I just print screened it, pasted it into Twitter, and then tried to crop it a little bit to cut off the top and bottom, but I didn't do it very well. Like, that's all it shows. And what she said this, almost to me personally, almost word for word, is that she's mad that I didn't show that she wasn't just replying to an Armchair video. She was replying to multiple videos from multiple small creators. So she said that. She said exactly what I claim she said. But she's mad that I didn't include that she was saying it about multiple people instead of just one person. I don't know why she thinks that's like a huge W. I don't know why she thinks people would like take that more politely. I don't get it, man. She's just weird about it.
To imply that I dislike smaller channels. This is what I actually say. This dump is to make my videos and live stream easier to navigate, and honestly there's just so much I can't even use this anymore. For future threads, I'd only add videos that add something to the narrative from now on. Avoid small channels commentary, large creators commenting on it. I can use like Asmongold or Moist Critical. This topic is pretty over anyway for now.
That is exactly what she said, chat. Word for word. Do we think that makes it sound like she's not telling people that she doesn't want to see small channels? I don't understand why she thinks this is, like, I misread this. You specifically said, avoid small channels, I only want to see large people. This is what you said. like, she has to this day refused to explain to me how I got this wrong, other than saying, well, if it's a big channel, I can actually use it in a video. What does that mean, Rima? What does that mean? Here, give me a sec, chat. I'll pop it up. here we go. At the bottom here. You misconstrued the purpose of the screenshots I posted in Rat Dump and brought it to Twitter out of context. That thread is meant to collect new information and clippable moments for use in a potential video. When the thread fills up with every reaction and rehash of the same drama, it becomes impossible for me to find what I need. Something unique and impactful, like Shondo or Neurosama saying something interesting that can actually be clipped and edited into a wow segment that breaks my narrative. Just to be clear, not going to make a video just because someone wants me to, and I'm not obligated to follow anyone else's narrative. This is my channel. I have the right to create what I think is meaningful and to run the streams the way I believe is best. I saw your arguments and made up my own mind based on the information I had. Here's the thing, Rima. You did not. I'm going to say now that you're lying and you did not see any of the counter information. I'm going to say it straight up. I don't believe you did. But let's pretend you did. You can still have your opinion. But when you actively leave out the counter information on your quote-unquote documentary-style content, that's lying. It doesn't matter if you don't agree with the conclusions other people have made about it. You were actively cutting out counter information so you can alter the narrative of your own video. That is dishonest, Rima. I'm sorry you don't get that. I don't know why you don't get that. That's why when I did my content, I played Lily's video, start to finish, the entire thing. And I know that's not reasonable for every video, because not everybody wants like the live stream long form content. That's not every video. But when you see something in the video that makes you question like your own narrative, you do need to include it. Because when you don't, that's lying. And you lied. I'm sorry, Rima, you lied. That's the end of story. I'd also like to point out this part down here, this wow segment. What she's talking about is like a months old clip of where Cinder was on like Neurosama's stream, and Neurosama said something out of pocket like you're talking behind your friend's back, which is something Neurosama does, right? That's not factual information, Rima. That's literally sensationalizing some random shit the AI said. You can find that AI saying that about tons of people. That's what makes her fun. She says this out-of-pocket shit, and people have to react to it. That's not factual information. That's not interesting, Rima. That's a meme that people post to Twitter because they think it's funny. And that's what you want for your factual documentary videos? I'm sorry, that's not good. That's a terrible look. I don't know why you're trying to do this, or you're trying to play this off as if this is what we need, Rima. I don't get her. It's so disrespectful that she acts like this is actual information.
And he also repeats these same quotes in the comment he left on my video, saying, "Man, Rima, I really wish you would have talked to some of the people who approach you with critical info and context counter to the popular narrative, instead of ignoring and dismissing them because you, quote, didn't feel like it, or, quote, they're too small to matter." Again, I've never said these words. These are words.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rima. You didn't say those words specifically. If you want, I will go to my comment and edit that out right now. Oh, wait, I can't. Because you hit it. That's not what you said to me, though. You didn't say you had an issue with my direct quotes, which admittedly probably shouldn't have put those in quotation marks. That's not what you said you had a problem with. You said you had a problem with the out-of-context screenshot that was completely in context, by the way. You were obsessed with this idea that I took you out of context when there is no context. The only context I could add is that you said it about multiple people, not just one. Trust me, Rima, from somebody who's friends with a lot of small VTubers, that doesn't make you look any better. It makes you look so much worse. So much worse.
He added. Now, Mizu claims that my random screenshot can only be interpreted one way.
Did not want people to, post from smaller channels. And that's really all she said. Like, there's no way to interpret that any other way.
What Mizu and the others are trying to do is they're trying to paint me in a way that I'm willingly and maliciously ignoring the other side of the narrative, and I don't want them in my Discord. But that's not true, because these counter-narrative videos have also been posted in my Discord. We discussed—
Oh no, he didn't tell you that there were other videos I wanted to ignore. Okay. Congrats, Rima. I don't care. Yeah, trust me, this isn't helping your case. It helps your case with your fans, because your fans think, oh god, he cut out so much crucial context to this quote. No, I didn't.
them. Mizu said in his tweet, "It really doesn't help after I saw she was sent videos that countered the popular narrative and dismissed them because they were from smaller channels, but these, for example, are 3 videos that are anti-Cinder from smaller channels, and they were also posted in the dump. It has nothing to do with smaller channels. It's not that these things can't be posted at all. I want..."
Okay. These are also from smaller... She's like, these were anti-Cinder, and they were also for smaller channels. I also ignored them. Yeah. Congrats. You proved my point. I don't understand what she's trying to get at here. This is what really confused me watching her stream last night, is she would just say this stuff. And you could see in the chat, like, her fan base was like, oh yeah, Rima, you're tearing him apart. Look at that horrible lie he said. And it's like, no, you are still ignoring them. I don't get it.
The source material in the rat dump. You can post all the other stuff in the regular rat thread, which we have. We even have Mizu streams there. I posted this screenshot because the thread is meant to primarily bring new information to use in a potential video.
I don't want to skip over that, by the way. Oh, you're posting my streams in your Discord, aren't you, Rima? I don't know. Here, real quick, chat, just so we can double check. What was the accusation, Rima, that you put over your face over here? I know it's hard to see, chat. It's very small. Let's zoom in a little bit. Oh, that looks like the word brigaded, Rima. Do you know what brigading means, Rima? Oh, I wonder. And I wonder why you and your chat would be posting my videos in your rat dump. Oh, I wonder why. It's very interesting, Rima. It's very interesting.
When the thread fills up with every reaction to the same drama, it's impossible for me to find what I actually need. When I'm talking about large creators commenting on it, it's about like a crazy clip from Shondo saying wombs are eternal, or that clip from Neurosama that we used in the last Cinder video to create like one of these truly wow moment and segment.
That's not a wow moment, Rima. I've been on YouTube for many years. That's a meme moment. That's something to like, that's jingle keys. That's saying that your followers are so dumb and are so uninterested in information that you need to have like these interspersed like, ooh, look, chat, keys, chat. Look, the VTuber said a funny. Now we can get back to the regular information. It's not a wow moment, Rima. That's a meme moment. You're interspersing memes into your content. Also, it's just lazy that your chat needs to send you memes. You can't just find your own. Oh, you can just fucking go to Twitter, Rima, and go to the GIF thing and type in meme.
My team and my community have constantly tried to moderate our data threads and our video to make it easier for me to parse through them and pull content worth featuring in my video. So my viewers know this, my moderator know this, everybody's working diligently all the time to keep the threads clean. And then Mizu comes...
You know what you could do, Rima, instead of doing all this work to keep the threads clean? When a piece of content enters the thread that is genuinely interesting to you, grab that piece of content, grab it, and right-click it. Discord has added this fun new feature. You just right-click it, and then you hit forward. And then you can forward that piece of content to a private chat that only you and a few people have access to. And you can coalesce all your information in there. So instead of putting up a public chat in your public Discord that is publicly accessible by all of your members and telling them post things you guys find interesting in there, and then a day later saying, actually, guys, you guys aren't posting the right stuff in here, and it makes the chat look messy. You could just forward the messages you do like into a private chat. Then you have a little collection. I do that, Rima. I have a little collection of the important information I like. It's much easier to actually handle things that way, instead of trying to corral a bunch of cats and teach them how to fucking typewrite for you.
Comes in, takes the last screenshot, posts it on social media out of context to try to pretend that I'm like ignoring the counter narrative. He just can't believe that I've seen the same information.
You want to know what's really funny, chat? I've got to show you this, you guys. This was the last thing that was sent in here. The last message we had. Oh. Da-da-da-da. Because Rima says, I pulled it from her server to intentionally misconstrue it for her. Actually, what happened is I said, Rima, I can tell you for a fact that not everyone interpreted it your way. I didn't pull that from your server. It was sent to me by numerous people. People are apparently afraid to speak up to you, and I'm seeing why you don't handle confrontation well. And that's true. That clip of Rima, which I did go to her server to double check that it was a real message that she had actually sent, was sent to me by dozens of people. Because dozens of people saw me and Rima as at least associates, at a bare minimum. And they came to me and they're like, Mizu, why is Rima saying this? I thought Rima was like, she was for the indies. She was for the little guys. Why is she saying stuff like this? So no, Rima. And the thing is, Rima knows this. I told it to her. This is my DMs with her. This is something Rima is gonna have to deal with, right? Is she really wants to push this narrative that she didn't know anything I had said to her at all. But it's right here. You can lie about this on stream, Rima, but I saved our DMs. You know what I said to you.
Information that he did and that I've come to different conclusions. And on top of that, he tries to spin it that is because I hate smaller accounts when I've collabed with tons of small accounts.
I never said you hated smaller accounts. I said you didn't care about their opinions. That's a vastly different thing. And I think that's something that Rima also tries to push really hard in this. And doesn't seem to realize that, no, I'm not saying you hate small people, Rima. I'm not saying that you hate, like, talking to smaller accounts. I'm not saying that you hate interacting with smaller accounts. I'm saying that when it comes to looking for information, the only thing you want to showcase on stream are big accounts. And you admitted that. You said, oh, look, I just want the big people, so I have a wow moment. Something that really, like, pops out and really entertains my fans. You admitted it, Rima. That's all I said, and that's all you said. I don't know why you're trying to make it into this bigger narrative about just trying to turn the indies against me. If your behavior turns the indies against you, that's not my fault. That's yours.
Accounts. All he had to do was scroll up to see that the same request had been repeated multiple times.
I like how she says all I had to do was scroll up. This one is from March. This one, also from March. This one, from last year. All he had to do was scroll up and he would have seen it. But according to you, the thread's an absolute shit show that's completely unusable and is filled with bullshit that it's impossible to sort through. Those are your words. That's what you're trying to claim this thread is and why you needed to make that comment. But then you're saying, well, you know, all you had to do was scroll up just an inch and you would have seen a message that's a year old saying that somebody that's not me saying that they wanted to clean this up. It's fucking ridiculous, Rima. What are you doing?
And on top of that, he included the screenshot of armchair video to insinuate that I had beef with him or was snubbing him somehow, which
I didn't include the screenshot of Armchair's video to say that you were snubbing him. I included the screenshot with Armchair's video because that was the bottom of the page. That was everything you see in there is the maximum I could see if I scrolled all the way to the bottom and saw your message at the time. Unlike you, Rima, and you can kind of see this chat a little bit, how she's doing this thing where she has a singular Discord message with no context around it. Unlike you, Rima, I include the context in my Discord messages. I have tons of context in my Discord messages. So I included that to show that you were, in fact, replying to videos. That it wasn't just a random thing you said to nobody in particular into the ether. God, Rima, this is so dumb.
Which, of course, I don't. If Mizu's intention was simply to showcase what I wrote, why include the armchair video at all in the screen?
Because it's called context, Rima! Am I the only one, by the way, chat, that thinks this is ridiculous? That she's sitting here saying that I didn't provide the appropriate context, and now she's saying, why did he include anything except for my singular message? I don't understand why he included more context than just the message. What is it, Rima? Do you want me to include more context, or do you want me to cut more of it out? You're making both of these arguments in the same video. I don't understand what you want from me.
Shot. There is nothing good faith about this implication and this tweet. Okay, so at this point, Mizu had already come into my live stream, into my video comment section, and then proceeded to throw a fit on Twitter. It was only after all that he finally reached out to me to tell me to check my...
Oh, no, Rima. Threw a fit on Twitter. I made a post. A post. And notice, she's still showing the same post. She has not shown a new post. He threw a fit on Twitter. Look, one tweet. One tweet. Rima. Whatever, man. And just so I'm not cutting anything out, she has circled the date and time on there. That is 5:28 at 1:31 p.m.
mods about an hour and 30 minutes after his Twitter callout post. As you can see, the tweet went up around 1:30 p.m. and this is his first DM to me at 3 p.m.
Oh, is it my first DM to you, Rima? Or is there one above that? I wonder. And is the one above that from a month before? And is it regarding the exact same issue, the Cinder thing? Oh, I don't know what to do, Rima. Ridiculous. This is why she deleted all of her messages to me. She intentionally wanted to make sure I could not, like, show stuff like this. Oh, dumbass woman. Seriously.
Just in case he tries to deny it, I'm putting the timestamp and the receipts here. So far, as you can see, everything that has happened has been initiated by him, unlike what he tried to claim on his live stream that I was...
I have to reply to this, right? Because this is her big argument, and she says it in, like, this really complicated way. Well, guys, you need to understand, it was initiated by him. What she's actually trying to say is, oh, he started it. Chat, he started it. Just because I said something first doesn't mean I started it, Rima. When I said it first, I approached you. I was like, hey, Rima, like, you know, I'm kind of disappointed with the way you're handling this. This is my criticism of you. You're the one that turned it into a huge fight. That sent it to your fans, that sent it to your friends, that had to turn it into this huge rigmarole. They had to, like, say all this dumb shit. They had to try to emotionally manipulate me in DMs. All this stupid stuff. And if we're going to go with who started it, you know who started it? You started it by making a video about this content. Because the whole thing was me disagreeing with your video. You made the video first. And I don't believe in this who started it first shit. Nobody cares who started it first, Rima. Literally nobody. If, like, somebody calls you a dick in public, yeah, they technically started it first. But if you turn around and punch them in the face, everybody's gonna look at you and be like, a little bit of an overreaction, bro? Like, yeah, he's a dick, but why are you acting that way?
The initiating party. So we clearly see what was the order of events. Everything that has happened has been initiated by him.
Why does she have that censored, by the way? I didn't say anything that would necessarily hamper her argument, did I? You may need to check on your mods. They're banning people for disagreeing on your Cinder video and hiding people from your channel's comments. She censored that out. Why did you... Oh, come on, Rima. What, you didn't want your chat to know I mentioned that to you? Why? I wonder why.
Him. Now let's see how Mizu claims it played out.
Originally, I was going to sit down and take time to crop out the name of the initiating party of this. Just so we're clear, we're talking about Straub here. We're not talking about Rima.
See? Blatant lie. And throughout all of this, I still haven't responded. After Mizu reached out to me, I told him exactly what was my issue with the tweet that he posted and what he did in my live stream premiere. So I'm not sure why Mizu keeps repeating that this is about a tweet.
So I made a tweet. Because, Rima, it is about a tweet. You said it at the start of this stream, Miss Shy Lily. The start of this stream. First, he pitched a fit on Twitter chat. He posted this evil, out of context screenshot on Twitter. And then he's like, well, Mizu claims this is about a tweet. This has nothing to do with a tweet. I don't know what you're talking about. Tweet? No. What tweet? Who's the tweet? And this is what I was kind of talking about. When I said at the start is, if this was a live stream, she would have like a little leeway on, you know, she's getting information one by one and maybe she's kind of mixing up where it came from. But this is a pre-recorded, edited video. So she knew she said that earlier. She already knew that it was about a tweet. She said it was about a tweet. And now she's saying, well, it's not. It has nothing to do with it. Tweet doesn't matter. Like, literally 5 minutes later. It's a recorded video, Rima. How did you miss that? Is this also your first draft? Did you not, like, care to look into it? To double check your claims before you said this? Yeah, whatever. A while back about Rima in saying that I did not like her Cinder video and that I did not like in her Discord that she said that she did not want people to post from smaller channels. And that's really all she said. Like, I'd like to point out that what I'm saying here is I'm trying to be nice. Because at this point in the timeline, I was under the impression that me and Rima were agreed to go our separate ways and to leave each other alone. So in explaining this beef with Straub, which remember, the video she's complaining about right now is about Straub. Has absolutely nothing to do with her. She only exists because Straub came to me because of her. I am trying to be very diplomatic in what I say, because Rima has specifically told me that the way I worded this the first time was a problem. So I'm being very careful with my wording. And she's trying to show that as me lying. Rima, I did this for you. I did this to be nice to you. Because you said you did not like how I worded my criticism of you. So which is it? Am I lying? Or am I trying to be nice because you asked me to? I don't understand. Like, there's no way to interpret that any other way.
As you can see, he still tries to deny it. He also tried to deny it during the straw exchange, saying that it's about just publicly giving your opinion on somebody's public video and public statement.
What's the lie? Here, let's go back really quick. I need to figure out, like, what is she claiming is a lie here? Exactly.
Keeps repeating that this is about a tweet.
So I made a tweet a while back about Rima in saying that I did not like her Cinder video and that I did not like in her Discord that she said that she did not want people to post from smaller channels. And that's really all she said. Like, there's no way to interpret that any other way.
As you can see, he still tries to deny it. He also tried to deny it during the straw exchange, saying that it's about just publicly giving your opinion on somebody's public video and public statements. He knows full well that it's not about this.
I mentioned this at the start of the stream as well. She's gonna do this thing where she shows something on stream and then she addresses something else. Notice what's in the bar here, right? This little bar she's put up here. Had she answered my first DM to discuss it, or not timed me out in chat, or not hidden my reply to the video, I probably wouldn't have posted my opinion to Twitter. She's saying that the tweet was not a problem, right? Even though we're actively discussing the tweet in here. And she circles this, or she squares this off. But when she shows this message, she doesn't read this. She reads this down here instead. I don't understand. Why would you mark this to draw people's attention to it and then not even read it? It's such a fucking bizarre way to, like, handle making your content.
Because we even discussed it before he had this argument with Straub. But I want to point out something else that he said in those screenshots. He said, had she answered my first DM to...
Oh, now we're going to answer the DM, and we're going to talk about the tweet. I thought the tweet wasn't a problem, Rima. What are you talking about?
Discuss it, or not timed me out in chat, or not hidden my reply to the video, I probably wouldn't have posted my opinion on Twitter. And this message really says everything. What Mizu means by his first DM...
Oh, she is gonna admit it. But why is it blurred out, Rima? Is it because it's about the Cinder thing?
To discuss it was actually him sending me a message saying, careful with the Cinder thing. It's a huge nothing burger, so...
Why are you gonna read it out if you're blurring it? Do you think this, like, saves you from the DM sharing rule? If you share DMs and then you, like, just tell people what's in them, do you think just because you blurt it out, it excuses you from sharing DMs? I'm trying to figure out, like, what are you doing? I genuinely wish I had her here so I could ask her what her thought process is on this.
So far, over a month ago. What part of this message is a question or an invitation to have a discussion? And
it's an invitation. If I send you a message that says, hey Rima, I think the information you have is incorrect, that's an invitation for a discussion about the information. Do you really need me to put a question mark on it so you are aware that you were allowed to speak? Do you need me to put one of those, you know how the kids do these days? They do, like, /sarcasm. Do you need me to put, like, /discussion so you know you're allowed to reply back to me? I don't know. What do you mean, woman? Oh, give me a sec. I need my drink. Oh, bro. Aguario for 10. Rima credibility hitting all times lows. Jesus Christ. I'm so confused.
honestly, what kind of terminally online mindset is that? If you don't respond to me, I'll make a call out post on Twitter. That's not how things works, and it sounds like an ultimatum. Me
Isn't that what happened with Cinder? What are you? What kind of terribly online mindset is that? If you don't reply to me, I'm just gonna like make a Google Docie about you or something, bro. It's your whole channel. I made a fucking tweet about you, woman. About your public video. I said I didn't like your video and I thought it was shit. What do you want me to say? You are so butthurt about this tweet. I don't know what you want me to do.
Not responding to your message shouldn't put me on a ticking time bomb for you to misconstrue screenshots from my Discord out of context on social media. Also, I was in Japan, mind you. I came back on the 29th, but careful guys, no matter where you are in the world, you must respond to me.
You were in Japan for a month? I came back on the 29th. 2 days later? What do you want from me on that? Oh, I was away when you sent me the message. That's why I didn't reply for a full month after.
Mizu. And for the record, I wasn't the one who timed out or hid his comment, but given how he's been acting since, I fully believe my moderators made the right call by doing so. And after all that, he still went on Twitter to tweet and subtweet more about me. Lol, people are trying to call me n-bitted for how I criticized Rima's Cinder video. I don't think they know what bint is like if they think I'm anywhere close. If people are calling you n-binted, it's probably gotta do with you screenshotted other people's Discord out of context like he did with false Discord. So now that we know what...
Would you like to know why Rima is so mad about that? Because the way I presented it, and I thought it was valid, is Rima's Discord kept calling me invented. However, you know who else called me invented? Rima did. Rima was sending DMs to people calling me binted. She's trying to pretend like, oh, if people are calling you that, maybe you have some relation. It was you, Rima. Why don't you just admit it now? Like, you're gonna make this whole fucking video. I think it's time for you to, like, actually just come out and say that it was you that was sending it. It was you I was talking about. Binted? So, inbented or bented is a very prominent Niji sister on Twitter who regularly makes up lies about people to try and get them, like, taken down. She harasses Kirsch, like, daily. She harasses, like, Straub and Rev Says Desu, like, daily. She is insane. If anybody leaves Niji Sanji, she harasses them. She is 100% like the ultimate Niji Sanji stan. And Rima's like going around telling people I'm basically invented because I criticized one fucking screenshot she made publicly in her Discord. And she's like not telling people that it was her that said it. That's why she included it in this, because she knows I know she said it, right? But she doesn't want to tell anybody that was her, because then it makes her look bad. To be like, yeah, guys, I was going around in DMs after this, calling Mizu names to people. But, you know, that was, is not relevant to how things devolved at all. I'm an innocent little girl. I did nothing.
What happened? Watch what he says on his stream.
I'll do this one instead. So, I made a tweet a while back about Rima in saying that I did not like Why are we
her
repeating
Cinder
this?
video,
and that I did not like in her Discord that she said that she did not want people to post from smaller channels.
So here's one lie.
But Straub was not a lie. You said it. You showed it to us a minute ago. You specifically said don't post from smaller channels. Sorry, you said, and I quote, avoid posting content from smaller channels. That's what you said, word for word. It's not a lie. Is extremely mad that I criticized Rima once.
And another lie.
So, just so... Okay, are we gonna count all the times you deleted messages as not once? Rima, you deleted every criticism I made. All I wanted to do was give my one singular criticism. And if you kept deleting it, yes, I was gonna post it on a place where you couldn't delete it. My own platform. If we want to like argue semantics about that, fine. It wasn't one criticism. It was 3 criticisms. One in the chat, one on YouTube, one on Twitter. Fine. Are you happy? Does that make you happy, Rima? It's so dumb. So we're all clear. My friends are open to criticism. I have criticized my friends before. I will criticize my friends in the future. Publicly so. You are not immune to criticism just because you're my friend. I hold the opinion that if someone is your friend, you should be willing to openly, like, criticize them.
Again, stop lying about this. I told him clearly in DMs. He knows it. I DM'd it. You can see it. And this stream comes after we had these DMs.
What's the lie? Somebody in chat, we're gonna have to go back on that. Somebody needs to tell me what the lie is.
And another lie.
So, just so we're all clear, my friends are open to criticism. I have criticized my friends before. I will criticize my friends in the future. Publicly so. You are not immune to criticism just because you're my friend. I hold the opinion that if someone is your friend, you should be willing to openly, like, criticize them.
Again, stop lying about this. I told him clearly in DMs. He knows it. I DM'd it. You can see it. And this stream comes after we had these DMs.
What's the lie? I don't... I'm trying to figure out what she's even saying. I'm talking about how I act with my friends, how I will publicly criticize them. I'm so confused. I don't even know what the lie is. The lie is you didn't criticize, you harassed, I guess. I don't understand. I don't know what we're fighting about on this one. I replied, because I am going to die on this hill. When is it valid to publicly give your opinion on someone's public video and public statements?
Oh, look, another lie.
What? You're just showing my opinion on stuff and saying it's a lie. You should be willing to openly, like, criticize them.
Again, stop lying about this. I told him clearly in DMs. He knows it. I DM'd it. You can see it. And this stream comes after we had these DMs.
I replied, because I am going to die on this hill. When is it valid to publicly give your opinion on someone's public video and public statements?
Oh, look, another lie.
Look, chat. I'm reading this. She tries to cut it off, but you hear me say it at the start. I said this, and I will repeat it. You barely hear it at the start, but that's what I said. And I'm reading it from here in the DMs. When is it valid to publicly give your opinion on someone's public video and public statements? What's the lie? Chat, we're gonna see this later. Rima's Discord thought this was like the best takedown ever, and that it is physically impossible for me to respond because I was caught in so many lies. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, I don't even know what the lie is at this point. You're just like, Mizu said this, it's a lie. What? I don't even know, man. Someone's public video and public statements.
Oh, look, another lie.
Conversations, but it's clear that anything I say will just be twisted or misrepresented by Mizu. I've made one post on Rima up until this point. Everything else has been privately handled. At least I thought it was privately handled. Apparently not.
And another lie. All of Mizu's tweets on the matter didn't fit in a single page.
Look, This is Straub. This is about Straub. Look, this is a message with Straub. This is about Straub. Look, this is about Straub. This is also about Straub. This is a picture of Straub's tweet. Look, this is me also responding to Straub. Rima, none of this has anything to do with you.
And another lie. All of Mizu.
This is about Rima. These two are about Rima. This is me discussing something with another person who you can see it's not you, Rima. You included them. This is Alanity. I'd also like to point out, they keep posting this tweet as if it's a huge ohm. But Rima, something you need to know about this tweet is your chat has been doing this for days over that tweet. We want to talk about brigading and harassment from people's fans. You know the tweet exists, and you know that your fans are doing this. You know that almost every fan in your fucking rat chat has posted this same meme, and they're still doing it. And I've seen it from your rat chat. Your rat chat thinks I'm mad at this meme. I'm not mad at it. I just think it's hypocritical for you to say that one person in my Discord called you a bitch, so that means my Discord is evil and heinous. But your fans posted this picture about me for days on end, non-stop. And yet that doesn't mean anything at all. It's just an innocent, fun little meme and people are just having fun. It's such a dishonest thing to do, Rima. There are exactly... If you want to go for 3, we'll go for 3. My comments in your chat, my message on your video, all of this is deleted, by the way, so that doesn't count, in my opinion. But if you want it to count, fine. We'll count that as 2. And then my tweet. So we're going from 1 to 3. Oh god, Mizu spoke of me 3 times. Oh, I'm getting the vapors. Shut up, Rima.
Mizu's tweets on the matter didn't fit in a single page.
Oh, there's one in the center there. Sorry, I didn't notice that she did that.
Lie. All of Mizu's tweets on the matter didn't.
This is Straub. You can even see a picture of Straub right there. This is about Straub. This is not... You cut off the date on this one. I'm pretty sure this was said after everything was said and done. And you started starting shit again. Same for here. This was June 2nd. And you can even see... Look at this. Look at what she shows here. I'm going to sit on it for a few days and get counsel from people smarter than me on how to proceed. I'm too closely involved to make a good decision about it on my own. Yeah, she is ridiculous. My god, Rima. And this one in the bottom corner, here, I'll move so you guys can see it. Because this one, also not about Rima. That's Rev Says Desu. What is this woman? Chat, look at all the times Mizu spoke to me. Like this time he was talking about Straub, or this other time he was talking about Straub, or this time he was talking about Rev, or this time that he was saying that he needed to get counsel from people to get their help. She's so dumb.
Fit in a single page.
And then all of this is Straub. Literally everything about this is Straub. So, Rima, this is not about you. This is about Straub. And Straub was actively participating in this. Are you telling me I can't respond when your friend is attacking me just because she's your friend? Rima, is Straub confirmed? I guess. I don't know what she wants me to say about it.
So now that we've established a few things, let's go back to the timeline. Before my video even premieres at 10:30 a.m., Oko tells me that the Cinder thread in their Discord is very active and a lot of it is talks about me. He tells me the thread is boiling up to 25,000.
Here, let's read these, because Rima says that Akko says the thread is mostly talks about her. It says, Rima, the thread is 25,000 replies. This is wrong, by the way. It's at current, it sits at 17,000, which is a lot for our server. It's not a lot for Rima's server, but it's a lot for our server. It's our biggest thread in the server, dwarfing so many others. And then Akko says, I already had to suppress some people. Yeah, don't read the thread. Good luck with your premiere. I'm editing, but I wish you luck. This is not saying it's about you. It's saying it's about Cinder, and it's very active.
Replies, and it's their biggest threat in the server, dwarfing so many others. Later on, he...
Oh, this is another thing, chat. This is Akko. This is not me. I know that's very confusing, Rima. That Mama Yippee is in fact not Mizutamari, and that this picture of a Yippee with purple tentacle hair is not in fact a blue fish puddle boy. But this is not me, Rima. I don't know if you just can't see it, if you're blind. Didn't she delete these? Yes, chat. That's what's funny. She's sharing these, but she has fully deleted her side of them. And I can only assume that it was done in preparation for this video because she was hoping that we would not have or I would not have a response to it.
He messages me saying that he had to suppress some people and warns me not to read the thread. I go check it out. I see all this stuff about me, and then I scroll down and I start seeing all of these unhinged stuff about other creators. And we'll take a look at...
I'm sorry, chat. I just noticed something. Rima cropped these two together.
what's being...
This was sent at 12:49 p.m. on 5/28. This was sent at 12:01 p.m. at 5/28. This one came first. She cropped this after. Rima, that's not good. That's dishonest. You can't do that, Rima. And she cropped them perfectly, so it looks like one comes after the other. So it looks like a consistent message. Oh, Rima. Rima, that's not good. Look, chat, I'm trying to look closely at it to see if I'm missing something, but no. 5/28, 12:49, 5/28, 12:01. Yeah, Rima inverted the order they showed up in. That's not okay, Rima.
said, but first things first. All the meanwhile, this was their server rules.
Yeah, okay, Rima, some people don't follow the server rules. Congrats. People don't follow your server rules either. And don't worry, Rima, we will talk about that.
By the way, respect, be nice to everyone, no toxicity, be nice, and be understanding, love. This thread has 17,085 replies in it. Mizu lies that there's a 17,085 replies in the Cinder thread.
With over 17,000 replies talking shit about people in it. I don't know what she means. Notice, chat, what I actually said. 17,000 replies talking shit about everyone in there. I'm not saying it doesn't have 17,000 replies. I'm saying it doesn't have 17,000 replies talking shit about everyone in there. I don't have a fucking clue what she means. Let me double check if I can check how many posts are in the Cinder thread, because I guarantee the Cinder thread is like one of our longest threads. So if I just search like in Cinder thread, can I check just the thread? So that sounds weird, right? I'm supposed to be checking the thread. Why am I searching in the Cinder thread? Because now she's clipped two parts of the thread. She's clipped two parts of my message together. Now I'm on the second part of her statement, where Rima says 6,000 of the messages are about her. So now I'm searching in Cinder thread, Rima, her name.
Yes, you
I can
can.
check drama threads, I guess. I don't think I can sort by thread. So for drama threads in general, we have 52,000 results. Is there a way to like sort it by thread? I don't know.
I like how he's suddenly conveniently forgetting how to use his own Discord server just so he doesn't have to admit that there's 17,085 replies in that thread.
No, Rima, I am genuinely retarded. And I didn't realize that on Discord it has the number on the bottom. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Somebody instructed me after stream that it was there. Yay! That's not a lie, I'm just dumb. I don't like Discord, Rima. I like TeamSpeak better. So I know how to use TeamSpeak better than Discord at the end of the day. I wouldn't know how to get about it. So we have a thread spawning 17,000 replies. Out of
Yeah, that's the Cinder thread.
every single thread we've ever done, there's 52,000. So she is claiming one thread in there, which we have a lot of threads, is half of all messages in our Discord. With
17,000 is not half of 52k. I don't know what kind of math is that.
it's like 35%. Ooh. It's not half, it's 35%. This is like when people say, they messaged me dozens of times. It's like, I didn't message you dozens of times. I messaged you 24 times. It's about half, Rima. Most people in America would say it was like half. They round up to like 25,000. I don't understand why she cares so much about that. That's not a lie. In like, I don't know, a week, maybe? A week, 2 weeks tops, because the Cinder thread was kind of slow at the start. No idea where she's pulling 17,000 replies from.
Just so you guys know how easy it is to find out how many replies there is in a thread, let me show you. You go to your Discord, you go to your threads, and it's all listed right here. 146, 258, 1310 in black and white. And since Mizu can't seem to find a number, let me show it. 17,085 replies. Even viewers in Mizu's live stream can see the number, so why can't Mizu? And I like how Oko is changing his tune here, saying the biggest thread we have is the Cinder thread that has over 10k messages, when he told me there was 25,000 earlier. I don't doubt.
I know this is wild for you to understand, Rima. I'm not Akka. Like, if you want to really harp on this, yes, I'm stupid and I didn't see how many messages were in the chat thread. Okay. It's a chat thread about Cinder. It's not a chat thread about you. It has nothing to do with you, Rima.
Now we probably have a few hundred messages about Rima, but none were reported for harassment or gay ops, so none were removed. Oh, well, what a relief.
She's trying to make this claim that we have a thread with over 17,000 replies talking shit about people in it. I don't know what she means. I don't have a fucking clue what she means.
Mizu tries to downplay how toxic his thread is, but if his thread was not toxic, then how come the admins had to repeatedly step in to make...
Rima, you wanna know? So first off, Akko is not just an admin. Akko is a co-host, and Akko is admittedly a friend. Do you know why Akko had to keep stepping in? Because Akko is retarded. And I told Akko I would say this before stream. Akko, you're retarded. You need to chill out and stop telling people stuff. And I told Akko that. In our private chat, when they kept saying stuff, I kept saying you need to leave people alone and let them talk it out. Unless it is truly bad, let people get it out of their system. I know, Rima, this is an absolute shock to you, because you and all of your friends are acting in lockstep right now. Me and my friends can disagree with each other. I disagree with how they handled it. Congrats, I disagreed with them. And I didn't think it was that toxic. But, okay, I guess. If you want to try and paint me as Akko, we can start painting you as Straub. Well, I mean, I don't even think I have to do that. You keep talking about me talking about Straub as if it's about you. So I think you already consider yourself the same person. Don't know what that's about.
things calm down. I feel like these posts are getting kind of schizo. Guys, chillax. I don't want this thread derailing into fighting people. I was about to lock in when people...
Side note, Akko, schizo is SCHIZO. I don't know why you're saying skit. It's skiz with a z sound. Small complaint.
We're just randomly going after other creators. All I want is for this thread to remain a place of rad without attacking others. I have issue with how people were speculating that people like Armchair were somehow involved without proof. Like, I understand the anger Rima has a biased video, but I don't believe it's fair to rad that hard. So multiple people understand and admit that the thread was toxic. They're saying it in the live stream. They're saying it in his Discord. So now, let's take a look at what's actually going on in this thread. Nanoless posted this tweet almost reaching 150k subscribers, ready to celebrate after everything she...
Alright, chat. We're gonna get into the evil. All the evil that went on in Discord.
she's gone through. It's a big milestone, and I'm sure she was so happy. Now you might ask yourself, who could possibly hate on this? Well, there's these guys. Who sits there and ask yourself, who could possibly hate on this? Well, there's these guys.
Let's see. Norang2 and Flax25. Neither of those are me. That's also not on Discord. That's on Twitter.
Guys, who sits there?
That's Comrade Dell. I do know Comrade Dell. But that's not me, and that's also on Twitter. Aren't we talking about my Discord and how my Discord is toxic?
There and type this shit on a celebration tweet.
Actually, I don't even think Comrade Dell is in my Discord. I think I've only ever talked to him on Twitter. So I don't think this one works for you at all. Point blank. Like, at least the other two, maybe they are on Discord and I just didn't see them. But I actually know Comrade Dell, so he might be in there and I just didn't notice, honestly.
Tweet. You always wonder.
Two more people that aren't me. I do know one of them is in my Discord. But again, neither of those are me, and neither of those are my Discord. Real dead internet theory, everyone is just Rima and Mizu. I'm so confused, chat, because everybody said this was the damning evidence against me. I was ruined. She caught me in every lie I've ever told. I don't get it.
Who are these people that sit on Twitter all day to respond like this? Well, apparently, they're in Mizu's Discord.
Yeah, that person is in my Discord. Okay. Congrats. They came in and said, oh, hey, look, my comments are still there. Congrats, Rima. Yay. You've got one. We are 20 minutes in and you got one.
They replied to her post, dialing their replies into the Discord server, encouraging each other to leave more negativity. Hey, look.
Where does it say that? This is what I mentioned sort of at the start, is she says they're encouraging each other to leave more negativity. That's just not there. That's not on that message. You're not showing us that. Like, even if that happened, I could say, well, nobody sent that to me, and I haven't seen it. Because I haven't seen anybody say something like that. Because I don't sit in Discord all day, Rima. I try my best when I see it, but if somebody doesn't at me, I normally don't see it. But you're not even showing that. You just made that up on the spot.
Look at that, my comment is still there, Lamau. This dude is already blocked by Nano, by the way. Not only do these people respond.
Okay, so somebody replies, imagine making that the most upvoted comment and retweet commenting on that post. That would be funny as hell. They said, I wish I'd fucking die laughing my ass off. And then somebody said, Nanoless blocked. Okay. I don't see your point. Yeah, they're being kind of dickish to Nano. All right. Do we really want to talk about being dickish to people, Rima? Do we really want to like measure being dickish to people? Such a dumb point.
these kind of things to nano tweets, but they're proud of it. He wishes it could be the most upvoted comment on that post. Then somebody points out it is hidden, and this dude fucking flips out.
Yes, Rima, they said something mean and impolite. If I saw that, if somebody would have added me on that, I would have been like, yeah, no, delete that. That's inappropriate. But nobody added me on that. I say it all the time. Don't insult people. And that's the thing. She's going to try and hold this against me, is like it's something negative about me. Is that I repeatedly tell people I don't like insults, but then sometimes people insult and I don't see it and don't say anything about it. Basically, the idea that I have a standard means that if anybody around me falls short of it, I'm a bad person for not immediately dive bombing them from orbit.
Of course it is. Little bitch, Lamau. She's such a cunt. And then they find out she deleted the tweet. And they're so happy. They succeeded. They celebrated. She deleted the post about hitting.
They're so happy. They celebrated. And it's Sparky again. And look at the emotes on this. One of each. Probably all from the same person. She's like saying like my Discord is in like this mass celebration of this event. And so far we've seen 3 people.
Hitting 150k. She sits on the throne of lies. Then Lamau, she deleted the fucking.
I would like to point out something else. So Discord added this new thing recently, right? Where you can choose a tag for your name. And the tags are based on what Discord you're in. You can only choose one tag. So typically people choose a tag they think looks the nicest, or they choose a tag for a Discord they're really invested in. Notice this tag says Pyro. Let's go back a little bit. See this guy down here? Completely different person. Notice his tag also says Pyro. Whose Discord, Rima, do you think they're more invested in? Do you think they're more invested in my little T Discord? Or do you think they're more invested in Cinder? In Cinder's Discord? I wonder, Rima. Which Discord do you think they would be in if they had the choice? Huh. I wonder.
On the throne of lies. Then Lamau, she deleted the fucking tweet. That's amazing. Ha 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 ha. She must not like being called out on her bullshit, Lamau. She deserves to be called out on her BS. She basically broke something I feel the client confidentiality and then twisted it to fit her warped narrative. You should have seen the comment section, man. It was amazing, Lamau. Look how gleeful they are. Sending.
Look, Rima, how they're not me. Oh, bro. This is a call-out video about me, and we've seen like one message from me that you played like 3 times in a row, and now you're just constantly showing other people who aren't me. I'm on the front page of this fucking video. You couldn't even keep it about me for 10 minutes, man. I love the despicable tone Rima reads these in when she has no idea the tone these people intended. Exactly.
Each other's screenshots of people roasting her to archive it. They're practically foaming at the mouth. Do you have screenshots of it? Why? Was there a lot of roasting? And they just can't wait to take it to Twitter to laugh at her. They tweet at her, they at her in those tweets. And now, time to make fun of her English. Let me guess, it also had to do with your English skills. Also, not a good look at Nanoless. Me no good at English. Me bad at English. Then
Notice, again, Rima, these still aren't me. What, do you want me to denounce them? Okay, yeah, I denounced them. They're mean. Congrats. What do you want me to say? And I know that doesn't mean anything to you because I've seen it in your Discord. Is you'll constantly say, Mizu will say, like, don't be mean to people, but then other people will be mean to them anyways. I'm not other people. You want me to control the fucking internet, woman? Where do you want me to go? Or how do you want me to do it, exactly? You want me to just like mindlessly ban everybody that says a mean thing in my presence? I'll be honest, I don't really understand why this beef is so heated. I don't either. I made a fucking tweet. And they've just, for days, tried to spread my name to every single person they know. To be like, you need to blacklist this asshole. He's evil. Like, they can't just keep it like a personal beef between us. They have to involve as many people as humanly possible.
They archive it so they can hold it over her head. She's really trying to play stupid? Lamau, man, not gonna lie, that makes me want to say something. So they're inciting each other to reply. And then
They are... Rima, is this what your brigading is? This is like the most like piss baby brigading I've ever seen. But they were brigading her. This one guy said that he was thinking about saying something. But that's not... I don't... This is so pathetic, Rima. It's not even to your point, which is the worst part.
there's also the name calling. Do it. What's she gonna do? Block you? Oh no, being blocked by a manipulative cunt. Love, by the way, though. And then they'll turn around and...
I didn't write those rules, by the way. I left everybody else to write those rules. Because if I had to write the rules, I would have, like, keep shit in the right channels, no politics, try and avoid being an asshole where possible, and I've actually put this rule in other Discords I have. This is my space, I am king, I can ban you if I feel like it. I have no problem admitting that's in my Discord rules. If it's my Discord, it's my space. If I don't like you, I'll just ban you. I'm trying to be better about that because I know, like, as a content creator, you have to allow people in your space. But I do kind of like the rule. I get to ban you if I feel like it.
call this criticism, mind you. But the conversation continues. I DM'd you what you could probably say, or...
Still the same two people, by the way, and still not me. I don't know why we're talking about this, just because they're in my Discord. Yay, congrats.
Make it work, they're directly encouraging each other to respond. And this follows right after. This is them bragging about being blocked. I consider it an honor to be worthy of being blocked, Lamau. Just shows I got under her skin so easily. In all honesty, it is usually a bad time to criticize or do some type of brigading under a celebratory tweet. Damn, this guy almost developed some self-awareness. But, oh, never mind. She could have easily just ignored the comments, but it clearly got to her. And by deleting it and then saying, I don't know how to Twitter, that still shows she's letting them get to her, which will lead to mask off moments like this. As such, it's tough to even view them with any sympathy.
Rima, if I had saw this, I would have dealt with it. But notice the time on this. 12:57 a.m. 1 o'clock in the fucking morning, Rima. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't see a Discord message at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning. This is pathetic. This is why the Rima thread was hidden removed then? No, I've said this since the start. I do not want a Rima thread. I've said it repeatedly. I would prefer to just do my own talking about Rima. I don't want the under the tea stuff wrapped into it. This is between me and Rima. And she can involve as many people as she wants from her side, but I am not involving anybody from my side. I refuse. People in my side don't need to be involved. But yes, Rima, I would have deleted this message and warned them if I saw it, but it's fucking 1 in the morning. What do you want from me? And nobody added me on this. Notice you don't see a point in here where somebody ats a moderator. If you at a moderator, you get a response. Nobody did. So that's life sometimes.
God forbid he feels bad for Nano. People are already calling her out on that shit too, Lamau. The tables are turning for Nanoless. As much as I hate it because I wanted to see that little bitch slip, at least Lily wised up and shut the fuck up. Then finally, somebody normal points out, I don't get it. What's...
Rima, I would like to point out that Demi VT is not normal. Demi VT is, like, bizarrely violent when they disagree with somebody. They choose a side and then they defend them to the point where they will threaten other people on the other side. I know you couldn't have known that because you're just looking at the one tweet, but that's something you need to consider. You're getting involved in these like really highly controversial spaces, and you don't know the people like you're making bedfellows with. Like during your entire stream, during the entire time you're showing this, you know who's in your Discord chat the whole time talking about how good friends you two are and how like you're buddy buddy? Fucking Dev, short fat otaku. The person who is so toxic and so resoundingly hated by everybody that a corporate VTuber like Pippa during a live stream stopped everything she was doing and told him to get out and she hoped he would die. That's, you don't know what you're getting involved in, Rima. You don't understand the space you've walked into. But you expect everybody to treat you like a little princess and lift you up. And the reality is, as soon as you step out of line, a lot of those people are going to throw you under a bus. Zealous is for 5. The strange thing is that most of my responses thrown on Rima's video, I was still trying to be fair, but she still goes on to mischaracterize me. It could be out of context, but if you did make that comment about the brigading thing, if I would have seen it, I would have deleted it and told you not to. I'm going to be honest. Maybe it is out of context. Maybe context would have changed my mind. From what I've seen, I would have done it. I'm not doing it now because obviously I don't have context and obviously I didn't see it when it happened. But I think that's a fair thing.
It's a big deal that she's excited to hit a milestone. And then they respond, some people are just dumb. Yes, you're right. Some people are dumb. You guys are some people. Jesus Christ, can people actually be that?
Oh, Rima, that was mean. That hurt my feelings. I thought we weren't supposed to insult people. We can do that now? That's on the table? I didn't know that.
Dance? Like, is this normal behavior, guys? Usually you see someone do a celebratory tweet, you say, oh shit, congrats, and you move on. You aren't tracking the tweet constantly and spam refreshing her page to find out if she deleted it. So
Rima, you're in a drama space. And you know this is not true. When you're in a drama space, people don't like, oh, it's so beautiful. You're such a, oh, sweetie, kiss, kiss. You're so nice. You're so lovely. You're so beautiful. No, Rima, it's a drama space. People get mad. People get angry. People shit talk each other. I don't know where you got this idea that everybody was going to be buddy-buddy and that every time somebody every time somebody has something good happen to them, everyone's just going to forget all the shit they did and be like, oh, I love you so much, honey. You're so sweet. Congratulations. No. People get mad. People get angry. And those vendettas, they hang on for a long time. You hang on to some of those vendettas, Rima. I know. You've said it in DMs. Don't pretend like you would treat this any differently if it was a person you didn't like. If I made a post the other day, I was like, hey guys, I finally hit 2K on YouTube. Isn't that wonderful? You're not showing up to that message and being like, oh, Mizu, that's wonderful. You're going to ignore it because you don't like me. That's the long and short of that. Slide Maverick 5, gonna listen to both this and Rima's video when I get the chance. Hoo boy, here we go. I hope you enjoy the videos.
you can start attacking it like a weirdo. Look, regardless of how you feel about Nanoless, this is unhinged. They also posted this tweet linking to this lovely video. Now let's take a look at said video. It's him posting a video, scrolling through all the comments to find and point out the negative ones under her celebratory tweet. That's not just any tweet, by the way. That's literally her saying thank you for 150k followers. These people need to touch grass.
What? That's one of those people I'd be like, that's kind of bizarre, dude. But I don't see anything in that video. Whatever.
These guys are so dedicated. Because she deleted her tweets, he recorded a video because he wants to make sure that she can't hide away from the quote-unquote backlash. And keep in mind the dates. This is an entire month after the Cinder situation. They're going to every nano tweet that has nothing to do with Cinder.
This video is also an entire month after the Cinder situation. Your video was weeks after the Cinder situation. Actually, no, wait. You know, it was a month after. It was already a month after, now that I think about it, because I did send you that DM a month before. Do dates matter? How long after do we have to cut it? You revived the Cinder issue yourself. People had already given up. My videos happened the day they happened. Never made another video on it since. Not a one. You waited a month to revive it.
Mind you, they're constantly replying to her, they're harassing her, they're obsessed, and it's constant. This goes on day after day after day. They're digging at old clips, trying to find whatever they can. This isn't about finding the truth. This isn't about defending Cinder, and this isn't normal criticism. They just hate them, and they want to harass them. That's what this is. And then they set their sights on me because my video dropped. And they do the same thing to my own tweets. They post it in the server to incite people to brigade it. They get happy.
Where are they inciting people to brigade it? Here, I'll move out of the way for chat so chat can see it. Read the replies, especially the Pyropup server one. And then he replies, so many are roasting her, download this post if she ever takes it down. Where's the brigading? What is this brigading constantly comment that you're always making? Over and over, they brigaded, they brigaded, they brigaded. And if somebody says brigading and somebody ats me on it, I'm going to be like, yeah, no, don't do that. And I'm going to delete their post. None of this is me. You expect me to be psychic. The same complaint I had with, like, the people criticizing Cinder. You guys expect everyone to be psychic, to know everything that other people are talking about, just because they're tangentially related to each other. We don't know. Sorry, that's life. I don't know what you want from me.
Because I'm receiving backlash that's caused by them, mind you. And they're like, so many are roasting her. Download this. She's gonna take it down. And I don't take it down because I don't bend the knee to cancel mob. Never have and never will. They do the exact same thing to my video. At first, they were getting hyped up and patting each other on the back because people were leaving negative comments. But then they get so disappointed once they realize my video still has 560 plus likes and only 11 dislikes. Aw, disappointing.
Notice how you don't show any context. I completely believe this is about your video. However, if I was a more snippy, more pedantic person, I'd be like, Rima, I don't know whose video that's about. You don't show me anything. And you don't show me anything. You don't show me what he's replying to. You don't show me what other people reply to it. You don't show all this context that you're just explaining to us is there. This is not how you make a video like this, Rima. You're not giving me anything. You're just saying, all this happened. I mean, I'm not showing you the bad stuff that's happened. I'm showing you this stuff. But the bad stuff did happen. Trust me. It's in there. That's the context.
The sheeple striked again. And what's really crazy is how affected they are by my video. So much so that the sheer act of watching it is making them having to take a break. Just gonna need to take a break from Rima myself. I need a break. Yes, please take a break.
Rima, those people are your fans. They were fans of you. They need to take a break because they think you're being a dick. They're fans of both of us. Like, I know you don't believe in like there's a crossover there. And now you're like insulting people for saying, I think I'm too emotionally invested in this, so I need to take a break. Is that not good? Is that not what, like, you would want people to do? At this point, you like, if people crash out, they're evil. If people take a break, they're still evil because they shouldn't have needed to take a break. You want people to react in a perfect way. And that's not life. That's not gonna be life. And you are gonna be sorely disappointed if you continue in this space and that is your That's your perspective on it. Also, Colzer, thank you for the 5 USD. Yes, it is you. And thank you, Z, for the 5 AUD. Brands me an obsessive stalker, by the way. She twisted my intentions in that thread. Just hurt a lot. Yeah, this is my complaint, and I mentioned it earlier. I don't like that Rima is trying to force other people into this. She can't argue with me because she knows she doesn't have anything on me. She needs to argue with everybody around me. And this is why I told people not to talk about Rima, because I know the type of person Rima is. At least I do now. I admittedly didn't know before. She's the type of person that will use anything she can to win the fight. And I don't believe in that. I think that's shitty behavior.
A break. Honestly, a lot of us need it. Wasn't expecting this to be that terrible. Complete hysteria because of a single video. These people need to touch grass. Just gonna wait for Sparky's response video/stream where he roasts the shit out of her. Indeed, let Sparky cook. I can't wait to see him roast the fuck out of it. Wow, really nice comments, guys. Now look what they're saying about me. They're putting all these labels on me, and let's not skip the juicy part. You just happen to be in the exact same company as the main instigator behind this.
Still not me, Rima. And even the people talking or speaking about him, they're still not speaking about me.
So-called documentary? That's not a coincidence. That's collusion with Wi-Fi. Again, with the mythic accusations. But then, something catches my eyes. They're talking about collabing with one of the victims. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And then I understand when I see this. They post my tweet about participating in the Niana's concert. What are the odds? Wow, what a coincidence. I guess that vid was the entry fee. Yeah, what are the odds, guys? It's only been 3 times in a row I've been invited to Niana's concert. Rima, I want to be part of this big group of VTubers who are also famous and popular.
I believe these people are schizo posting a little too hard. However, you taking such offense to this, there is a phrase, Rima. It is called "the lady doth protest too much." It is when somebody says something about you, and instead of just saying, that's clearly wrong, you make an entire video where you constantly reiterate how wrong it is. It kind of makes people think they landed a point. I don't think they landed a point, and I don't think that's what you're doing. But that's how most people see it, Rima. That's what I was trying to tell you in DMs before you decided to blow up like an absolute paranoid schizophrenic. You don't consider how things look to people, and you don't seem to care. You seem to believe I said it looks like X, so everyone has to fall in line. And that's just not right. That's not how it works. That's not how people see it. You need to reconsider how you're handling things. And I don't know what you'll want out of that, but I was honestly trying to help you when I said that. You didn't take my advice, clearly.
But how do I get in? I got it. Cinder bad. Everybody clap for me. And then they have Mizu repeating and engaging with this nonsense. They're basically saying I'm compromised because I'm in.
I said, IMO, I'm not going to place a bunch of bad intentions on Rima. I will say she should have abstained from this given her closeness to those involved. That is true. That's not accusing. That's saying the exact opposite. I'm saying I'm not accusing you of anything, but you are close to them, so you probably should have abstained. Congrats.
Mythic, and that I can no longer be trusted as a source on anyone in Mythic. That Mythic controls.
That's not what I said. That's not at all. Let's go back so nobody can accuse me of like cutting her up or anything.
Got it. Cinder bad. Everybody clap for me. And then they have Mizu repeating and engaging with this nonsense. They're basically saying I'm compromised because I'm in Mythic, and that I can no longer be trusted as a source on anyone in Mythic. That Mythic controls my content. That I sold out. This isn't criticism. They want to damage my reputation.
Nobody said that. Well, I'm not going to say nobody said that. I never said that. I never engaged with people saying that. You're just making that up. off the top of your head. You're like, he's saying I have been completely compromised by Mythic. No, I said you weren't 100% objective. That's no bad intentions, should have abstained means. This is like baby's first criticism for like a journalist. I don't get it. She is freaking out on this.
It's already got nothing to do with my Cinder video, they're just attacking me with blatant lies. And the most frustrating part is that throughout all of this, they keep repeating that they're good faith, they're good faith. And then we have Mizu saying she's actively cutting out anything valid or interesting from the story to better flow with the Cinder bad narrative. It just can't be that I saw the same information they did and came to different conclusions. No.
You can come to different conclusions, Rima, but you are actively cutting out information that would damage the narrative. That's something you did. And Sparky for 10. Rima, you jump around in your video and the screenshots, stating events that happen using screenshots years apart. That was the issue. You need a time machine to make the narrative work. I don't get it.
Oh, it must be that I'm actively cutting out information.
Can't see behind the model. I'll show it to you. It's just me. All I said was it's terrible. And then I said she actively cutting anything valid or interesting from the story to flow better with the Cinder bad narrative. I'll stay over here for a minute so you guys can see it. There's really nothing there. Like, she really wants to paint this narrative of I'm just saying the most evil and out-of-pocket shit about her. But I'm like, no, I think your video sucked, dude. That's about, like, where I'm at with that.
Information that I'm hiding evidence or that I'm bought out by Mythic. Nothing about this is good faith. Rima has made her bed, and while she can gloat about hitting 100.
And again, you can kind of see it behind me there. That's again not me. We are back to, we got a little bit of me, and now we're immediately not me again.
100k subscribers and being with Bao and the others, Twitter paints a far different picture. Yeah, because you brigaded it. And yeah, everybody knows that Twitter is reality, am I right? Just like how Nanoles got roasted for her 150k followers post and how she removed the post on, quote, accident. Yes, because you did the same thing with her post. This is how they operate. And you can't tell me that this behavior doesn't cross the line into harassment.
Let's go back on that. Sorry.
And you can't tell me
that's on Twitter. That's not me. And the other side, that is on Discord. That's just showing that tweet from Sparky. And he says, funny you mentioned that. Just check the recent following. Just business. New Catliente. Yeah, that's not good criticism. That's just kind of insulting, but whatever. Not me.
that this behavior doesn't cross the line into harassment. And
is that what we're going with? That's harassment? One sec.
And you can't tell me that
this isn't harassment, Rima. What are you talking about? You just kind of throw that word around. It's not me. The major part's not even on my Discord. And it's not harassment. We're just throwing the word harassment out and going, oh, it's harassment, it's harassment.
That this behavior doesn't cross the line into harassment. And then they loop in the Bao tweet, insinuating that she timed her return on the day that I dropped my...
Bao says, I'm back. Somebody says there may be nothing important in the stream, but just in case. And somebody says, what timing? That's it. That's kind of whatever, man.
Video. What timing? These guys are connecting all kind of crazy...
We're connecting all kinds of crazy things. You're just like showing random people saying one-word replies and being like, this is part of Mizu's master plan to harass the channels 200 times his size into obscurity. What do you... What power do you think I have, Rima? How much, like, you've really shown, like, the same two people almost the entire time. What, like, army do you think I control an army of 2? God, that was such a good video game, by the way. Jesus Christ, I missed that. Do you think I control, like, an army of 2, Rima? What do you want?
Easy dots. But calling these people conspiracy theorists is too mild at this point.
So, I guess she's not going to read this post. I was giving her a minute to read it, but I guess she's not. It says, the whole just retracing the popular narrative, turning her nose up at smaller creators that make good points, but listening to the popular ones that just parrot the stuff already said, the 100K celebration with the concert collab, and Bow, and if, and this is a big if, she's really deleting comments critical of her coverage. Yeah, it looks bad. If this had dropped in the first few weeks, it wouldn't really look quite this bad, but hey, it's not like she calls herself an investigative journalist, is it? This is somebody saying that, like, it just looks bad. And that's the kind of the reality, Rima, is it does look bad. I am saying this as somebody that knows you, that I know this isn't true about you, so I never repeated it, and I actively told people not to repeat it when I saw it. But you are just, like, trying to really push this idea that people can't just ask questions. And that it doesn't look good. And that's what I tried to explain to you in DMs, is none of this looks good for you. That's why I said you should have abstained. That's why I said maybe you should just take the L. That's why I said you shouldn't delete comments critical of you. Because it all looks bad. There's a difference between being bad and looking bad. The reality is you look really bad. Look really, really bad to anyone who actually sits down and reads through this stuff. You look horrendous, quite frankly. It doesn't mean you are bad. It doesn't mean it's true. But you need to, like, work out this stuff.
I think they're just obsessed stalkers, honestly. And their brigading has obviously spread outside of their Discord, into my socials, my
This, I think, is Twitch. I could be wrong. This could be a YouTube unban request, but I didn't know YouTube allowed unban requests. Pretty sure this is on Twitch. And it says, nothing you said had value. It's just keep this in mind. I stated facts. You are a lazy, lackluster content creator, and nothing will change that. Keep that in mind. Do better or get out. I don't know who this is. That's the thing. I have to bring this up again. I think it's important. Rima, do you think all of these criticism you got, all these negative comments, do you think they came from this video with this many views, actual views on it, or do they think that you came from here? You think they came from this Twitch? She's a big creator, Rima. She has a lot of popularity, and even after everything's gone on, she's still insanely popular, to the point where she is not streamed since the doc dropped, and she has gotten multiple hype trains on a completely empty Twitch stream that's not even live. And you just keep trying to push this idea that any negative comments you came from have to be from this video, from my comments about Lily over a month ago. That all of this support for Cinder is from me, and not just from people that naturally support her. Like, what do you want? I just don't get it, Rima. Like, it's clearly not me.
celebratory tweets, and even into my live stream while I was streaming something completely unrelated. This user, for example, got banned after sending me this exact same message, then sent me the same message again in his unban request. And all of this has made it very difficult for me to enjoy something that me and my community have worked so hard to achieve for over a year.
Rima, you talk about drama. At the end of you talk about drama. This is going to happen. Remember the last thing I told you in DMs? The very last thing I told you. Here, I'll go ahead and show it for the chat. So everybody knows exactly what I told you about all of this. God, there was so many of these. Rima, you need to handle this better. You make content taking other people's business, other people's drama, other people's trauma, and you make it content. You can't have this wholly confrontational stance when you're publicly criticized, when it's what your entire channel is. At the end of the day, what you want, Rima, is you want to be able to say whatever you want about anybody else, but you don't want anybody else to say anything about you. Can't do that in this space. It is required, if you are in this space, that people are going to talk about you, that people are going to criticize you, that people are going to make comments about you. That's life, Rima. That's life just naturally, but that's life especially in this space. I don't know what you want me to say to you, like how you want me to fix this for you. Because I'm not the first person to even do this to you. I have DMs where somebody else did it to you, and I showed up to try and offer you support. But you don't care about that.
Then we have this user fantasizing and hoping I'm able to survive this inevitable crash.
By the way, this is the same, literally the same person. Make a video on him, Rima. Don't make it about me. Make a video on him if this is really like what your complaint is.
That's gonna happen to me because I'm on the same train as Shy Lily and the others. And then after all of this, there's Oko here suggesting, hey, let's make a thread dedicated to Rima instead. Wow. But
so that's not what she said. So here we're gonna scoot over so everybody can see it. What Akko said was, if Rima is gonna be the main focus instead of Cinder, you may want to make a thread so we keep peeps separate. I'm not gonna force it, but it's a suggestion. And she doesn't show this because I came in immediately after and said no Rima thread. Immediately after, said no Rima thread. And she's not going to show that part.
suggesting, hey, let's make a thread dedicated to Rima instead. Wow. But love, love, respect, guys. Remember. Now let's talk about Straub joining their Discord. So this is 2 days after my video premiere and Mizu's tweets are still up. I mentioned to Straub that there's like a Discord with stalker-ish behavior in there and that Oko warned me.
Ooh, Rima. You told Straub about the Discord. Did you now? That's interesting. So what's really funny, and this comes from my DMs with Straub, is Straub claimed that she discovered the Discord on her own because she had just casually heard there was some negativity inside it. That was Straub's story. Now, Rima, I don't know if she didn't read Straub's thread, or if she didn't watch my video about Straub as closely as she thought she did. But now she's admitting that, no, I told Straub about it. And that was my complaint. That was my worry that I publicly said on Twitter, was that I was worried you were telling your friends something so they would go and cause trouble on your behalf. And now you're admitting that I was right, that you did in fact send your friend to go cause trouble on your behalf. That even though I thought we had gone our separate ways, you were still trying to cause problems. Hey, Agirio for 5, remembering Straub tried to lie about not knowing whose server it was. That was Straub's excuse. That she had no idea whose server she was in. That she had no idea I was in it. That it had no relation to the Rima drama at all, aside from she thought that it was a server with negativity in it. You should have got your story straight, Rima. And this is where, if this was a live stream, I could maybe give you some leeway. This is a pre-recorded video.
about a specific thread where they're saying all kind of things about me and other VTubers. Then I checked it out and saw how schizo they were to Nonetheless and other indies. I saw them posting my tweets, they're replying to them, and I tell that to Straub and she decides to join the Discord to see what they're saying. That's when she saw the rules, saw what they were saying, and left that comment. These are some nice rules you got there. All she did was tap the sign. She didn't say anything inflammatory. All she said was, there are some nice rules you got there.
She didn't do anything inflammatory, chat. She just came in and made passive-aggressive comments to try and draw attention to herself. I'm not saying she did something evil, Rima. I am saying she came in and she tried to start shit. She admitted in DMs with me that I showed on my original stream that she tried to start shit. And now you're admitting that you sent her to start shit. How do you want me to take this? Why would you even include this in your video? This makes you look so bad. Because I didn't even know you had done this. It was a concern that it was possible. But it was also completely likely that Straub heard it from your Discord. Because your Discord's been railing on me constantly for weeks.
As you can see, no one was made to feel uncomfortable and everyone was happy to see her. You can see everybody here saying hello, hi Straub, wait, hold, are you the Straub Rev's wife? Indeed, we're never toxic and we're also definitely very apolitical around here. And she responds,
I have to point that out. So, this is somebody on the bottom here. This, indeed, we're never toxic and we're very apolitical. This is somebody who has been critical of me and the server. And just keep that in mind. This is somebody who their first message to a new person is being critical of me and the server. We'll come back to that later. Don't worry. We'll come back to that later.
if indeed we're never toxic and we're also definitely very apolitical around here. And she responds to this person saying, this is my biggest accomplishment for sure. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Straub. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. I don't even know who you are. Moma Oko saying, listen, all drama is welcome, but we sip our tea nicely. There was no problem. As you can see, everybody's just happy to see her. First day, everyone...
All I said was hoist Straub. I did not say I was happy to see her. Because when she left this message, I thought this was weird. But I didn't say anything in public because I didn't know why it was weird. It's one of those things that you see it and you just feel weird about it. Like you know it's an insult to you, but you don't know what the insult is. And that's why I was just like, oh, hoy. And I tried to be nice. Because, Rima, in reality, sometimes when people come into your server and they are very hostile or along those lines, if you're just nice to them and you show them that you're not gonna like attack them, it can really de-escalate a situation. And that's typically how I approach new people when they join the server, being kind of dickish. I was nice to her because I figured it would calm her down and then we could talk later. It didn't, but it's kind of here nor there, honestly.
Everyone is greeting her. Mizu's like, hi, Straub. Everyone's saying hello. Normal discussion continues. And then, second day.
I would like to point out, give me a sec, I gotta scoot over.
Normal discussion. Everyone is greeting her.
Look at the bottom left here. This is a video recording of the chat. She didn't even bother to go into the Discord. She has a recording of it for some reason. A 36-second recording of what everybody said after Straub joined. It's fucking weird. And yeah, no, she's not addressing the brick wall comment, which was kind of what tipped me off to, oh yeah, Straub's trying to start shit with people. And it's why I ended up going into DMs with her, and I was like, hey, do we have a problem? Like, you know, do you have a complaint? You can bring it up to me.
Mizu's like, hi, Straub. Everyone's saying hello. Normal discussion continues. And then, second day, normal discussion continues as well. They kind of do this thing where they at everybody in the server.
So that's not an at everybody. This is a completely opt-in role. Not everybody has this role. This is only people that want the drama chat. And no, this does not happen every day. I don't know why you're trying to pull that. I don't know where you kind of got that from. You do that in your rat chat. Everybody does this, Rima. This is just how a Discord server for a creator goes. This is such a bizarre thing to try and complain about.
Continues as well. They kind of do this thing where they add everybody in the server, I believe, so they notice her presence. And then, oh my gosh, hi, welcome, big fan of your content, afternoon, everyone. So a second entire day goes by where normal discussion continues as usual. And then Oko pings Straub asking if he can message her. And then another entire day goes by where they're just chatting, they're just vibing, and then Straub finally answers just one day later. You can, but if it's about what I think it might be about, you probably won't want to hear what I...
Why are these not pictures? Like, I know we're talking about the context thing. None of this is context. You've got like 4 or 5 messages you want to show, but you're just a recording of the entire Discord? Like, what? You can show a little bit before and a little bit after to see what people were talking about. Don't just record 30 seconds of the Discord. Weird.
What I have to say. So 4 full days have went by with no issues and no one was made to feel uncomfortable. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because now they're changing their tunes and claiming that she came in swinging.
Did she not? She came in, made a passive-aggressive comment, and you can't say she didn't. Because I showed in DMs where she admitted that the intention was to start shit. I don't know what you, like, how you want that to go, Rima. It's something she admitted she did.
Came into their space, that Straub rated them. Where is the rating? He came into their...
Notice again, not me. It's what she's doing this entire time is she keeps trying to rope in other people and say, Mizu needs to answer for this person. I'm not going to answer for them, Rima. If you have a complaint with them, take it up with them. They're not me. They're never going to be me.
Space that Straub rated them. Where is the rating? They're just making shit up. After Oko pinged Straub, the convo continued in DMs, and Straub explained how disturbed she was by the Discord stuff that she had seen and how she disagreed with how Mizu treated me. Then Oko reported that...
Oh, notice that little slip in there. That little slip in right at the edge. She disagreed with how Mizu treated me. You're not showing it at all, but it's ridiculous, man. I would also point out that, first off, sharing all the DMs with Straub is kind of iffy. I don't necessarily mind if you talk to your friends, but I think dumping all your DMs to your friends is kind of shitty behavior, Rima. Especially when your friends are acting on it in public like this, but that's just me.
Conversation to Mizu. And it was only after that Mizu reached out to Straub to argue in DMs. And that's when she told him directly that she didn't agree with what he had done. And it was only from that point onward that Mizu's and Oko's attitude towards Straub presence in the Discord suddenly shifted.
I wonder why, Rima. I wonder why after I DM'd somebody and their first message was basically, I hate you and I'm never gonna not hate you. I wonder why my attitude with them might have changed a little bit. I wonder. It's kind of weird, actually, you know? Normally, when somebody tells me they hate me, under, most circumstances, I treat them like a wonderful, lovely person who's probably going to be my best friend moving forward. But in this case, no, it was such a weird reaction from me. I don't know why I would do something like that. So here, really quick chat. The first thing Straub sent, or the first thing I sent to Straub was, "Hello, heard you have complaints." Although I have already shown this on stream. Actually, that's a thing. Really quick. I will new window capture. And that way I can kind of show you guys the messages. And then we'll do filters, do a little crop really quick. Oh, that's actually a perfect amount. Sweet. Yeah, that's good. Oh, so chat, here are Straub messages that are just so darn damning, man. And you can see like we're at the top here. I said, "Hello, heard you have complaints. I'm going to be 100% honest. Don't know if there's anything you can say to me to change my mind. I'm honestly surprised you DM'd me at all. I know full context. I saw DMs, heard you posting in her live stream, saw your other post, just did not agree with how you handled any of that." I said, that's fair. Post was deleted and I reached out to Rima a second time to discuss it. What other post? I feel like I'm being nice here, and I feel like she's coming in being like, I'm not gonna trust you at all. I'm gonna be a dick the whole time. I don't really know what she wants. Like, obviously, I'm gonna be fucking iffy with Rima. It's not cropped, that's possible. I know, right? Like, yeah, obviously, I'm gonna be a little iffy with Straub after she says this, especially after she says, I know full context, I saw the DMs. Like, that throws me off, right? When somebody comes into my server, makes passive-aggressive comments, and is like, oh yeah, somebody's been sharing your DMs with me. How am I supposed to handle that? Exactly. Like, what do you want me to say, Rima, in that case? But whatever. She can continue to be mad about it. She can continue to kind of lie about it, but yeah, right, Rima. It could have stayed in the DMs, but you didn't want it to.
Before that, there was 3 full days where they had no issues with her being there. Everything was fine, but the moment she disagreed with them, suddenly it became a problem. And now suddenly...
She didn't just disagree with me, Rima. She came in the server to start shit. That's what she did. And I responded.
The narrative is she started it, she came in swinging, she came to start shit, etc.
She said she came to start shit. Here, one sec. Let me scroll back down because it's in here. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I gotta. Didn't know whose server it was. All I knew was the people were being awful about Rima there. Wanted to see it for myself. I found it a bit humorous to open the rules and see the no toxicity rule among other things. Regardless, you started all of this. All I saw on Rima's server was people making memes, which still got shut down. It did not. This is just a lie. They're still posting memes to this day. Your server was saying all sorts of things about Rima and her slop content and how she ruined her career. I'm not arguing with you any further. You really can't see how you were being mean in her DMs, then I don't know how I can help you. Like, I don't know what you want me to do kind of with her. Because she comes in the server, kind of acts a dick about it. Also, I'm never going to get over this message, by the way, chat. I don't have the time to sit through and explain how you were being mean. Maybe insert your messages into Grok and ask him. You guys still have not told me what I was said to Rima that was mean in our DMs. But it's whatever, Rima. Continue being upset. Yeah, that's the thing. She was sent the server by Rima. And she tries to pretend in the Discord messages, oh, I just heard about it. I just heard about it.
etc. Now let's see what Mizu says about it on his live stream.
She says, I didn't come here, you messaged me, Akko messaged me. Again, she came to my Discord. I don't know why she's trying to push this. She's pushed this on Twitter, she pushes this in our DMs. She came to our space and she's just demanding like that she didn't come to our space. Like, I don't understand what she wants. I didn't seek her out.
You did seek her out. After she had a talk with Oko, you messaged Strop to talk to her. You were
Oh shit. Nah, I hit the wrong button.
Whether or not I should say something.
How far were we? Fucked. I fucked myself. Sorry, chat. That's my bad, chat. I clicked the next button instead of the pause button. There it is. She's just demanding yeah, sorry,
like,
jump scare.
That she didn't come to our space. Like, I don't understand what she...
Yeah, chat, YouTube has like a next button down here. I was trying to pause it. And I accidentally clicked this next button. And it just kind of plays whatever video YouTube thinks you want to watch next. Doesn't really have like an order to it. So my bad, chat. My bad on that one.
She wants. I didn't seek her out.
You did seek her out. After she had a talk with Oko, you messaged Strop to...
So what I'm trying to get at here is she's saying I sought her out because I DM'd her after she came to my Discord. If I had just let her stay in my Discord then and not said anything, that was fine. I just had to let her talk shit and leave it alone. Which, yeah, I could have. But I thought it would be better to actually, physically, speak with somebody. So, Rima, you need to understand that in the real world, you can't, like, talk shit behind somebody's back and then pretend like you didn't say anything. And in this case, she was talking shit to my face, but she was being passive-aggressive about it. So, I don't know what you want.
Talk to her. You were fine with everything before that.
So maybe he is also misinformed. That's the only reason I said that. At the end of the day, I just didn't like what I saw. So this is how I find out that Straub is like messaging Akko.
Oh, hold up. Found another lie. He tries to pretend this is how he found out that Straub was messaging Akko. It's there in black and white in the DMs between Akko and Straub.
Again, chat. Notice how this is the DMs between Akko and Straub. This is not the DMs between me and Akko. This is not the DMs between me and Straub. The DMs between Akko and Straub. I know this is weird, Rima, for you to know. I don't have access to Akko's DMs. I don't have access to Akko's account.
Mizu has informed me, by the way, he's willing to talk to you about it if you want. Straub responds he can message me if he wants, but I'm not sure he will change my mind much. He's been notified.
And this is actually going to come up later in the stream. I have told Akko personally multiple times to not speak for me. And to let me, like, do stuff on my own. Don't, like, just say I would be willing to do stuff just because I am willing to do stuff. Let me do it. If you want to log in, you have to give me sloppy. No. And here's the thing. Up until this point, Akko hadn't really said anything about Rima. Akko was going to make the Rima video, but she hasn't, like, leaked DMs or anything. But then Rima's like, oh yeah, Straub is sharing DMs with Akko to me too, so I'm going to go ahead and leak those as well.
This is another thing. They will talk smack about me, but they will message Akko, they will message Lumi, they will message my other friends, and they will try and like talk shit.
And here's another lie. She didn't message Akko. Akko messaged her, and she...
Rima cut this part out, but I was saying this in more of a general speak. Because, Rima, I know that you have messaged Akko, and you have told Akko that I am, like, invented, and that you will not participate in any of our fun friend games like Repo, because there's a disgusting creator like Invented present in the space. That this comment is specifically in reference to you, Rima.
She She never messaged Lumi. What are you even talking about? Okay, so what happened next? Somebody then asked if Straub is still in the Discord now that Mizu knows how Straub actually feels about him. Then he says was, and this dude responds, someone served her tea too hot. Mizu responds, I may or may not talk about it later. Need to seek advice first. Then this dude responds, maybe the UTT host shouldn't have started orbiting her the moment she walked into the server.
Remember, chat, this is that same guy from earlier, Lord Tyrion, who is again being confrontational with me and saying like mean things about me. I'm not upset about him saying that, by the way, just so we're clear. Don't go mess with him. However, I am pointing this out again, that the second time she has shown this guy, he is criticizing me and criticizing my space. Keep that in mind, because this is, unironically, important later. So keep it in mind, both times she's shown this guy, it has been open criticism of me.
Just a thought, you're all a bunch of cloud chasers pissing your pants with excitement the moment 100k plus subs walks in. I've greeted her too, but I've greeted plenty of other newcomers all the same. Straub enters and suddenly the host gets off their asses and roll out the red carpet. How about you bozos start treating the members with more respect and not just people whose career you can benefit from? Drama VTubers are all the same. This made Mizu seethe and reply, gonna give a fair warning, criticism is fine, but bugging down main chat with hate towards the host of the server you're in is inappropriate. At the end of the day, this is our space for our community.
Am I wrong? I thought you said this was okay, Rima. Isn't this why you started deleting any comments supporting Cinder on your video? That's the big issue, is you can't have this hypocritical stance that you can make public statements about people and then nobody can reply to you, because that's bad. But if I say in my personal Discord, no, I don't want you like sitting in here shit talking me, that's a bridge too far. That's a bridge too far. You are such an idiot, Rima. You've already established at the start of this video that his behavior is inappropriate on your own side. So now you're trying to criticize me for just being like, look, man, warning, chill.
Oh yeah, Mizu? That's off limit when it comes to you, but what about my stream, my comment section? After that, Mizu messaged me asking me to stop talking about it on the situation, but I had already done that. I had never spoken about it. The only
That is not what I messaged you. At all. So I'm going to read, specifically, what I messaged you, Rima. Because it's at the very bottom here. I messaged you. Straub came into our Discord the other day and made weird, passive-aggressive statements in our general chat. I asked her about it in DMs, and she basically opened by telling me you shared our DMs with her. I'm not necessarily upset about the DM sharing, but I do have to question Straub. Acting on that to make weird statements at our expense. I have intentionally avoided discussing anything further, and it would be nice if it were the same on your side. I am not saying that I would prefer if you stopped publicly talking. I said I would prefer if you stopped privately spreading it around. But, you know, that's not real. This is not what I said to you, even though, like, this is in our Discord. By the way, just to show this chat, yeah, Rima has deleted every single message we have ever sent to each other. All of them. I don't know why she thinks that's a good look. Especially when she starts showing off messages on stream. It just makes it look like you're hiding. Which you are, but fair.
Person that had shown the DMs to was Straub on the very day the DMs were happening. This message came 4 days later. Having no desire to engage with Mizu again, I simply replied with a thumbs up because I was like, it's over anyway. So while I was live streaming, I found out that he had already broken the agreement he had asked me to keep by once again posting about it on social media.
This is about Straub. And you know this is about Straub. This is Straub's message. This is not a message you sent. Rima, you cannot do this thing where it's like, hey, Rima, you and me, truce. Okay, truce. And it's like, oh, wait. Mizu replied to one of my friends shitting on him. Truce off. That's not how that works, Rima. Like, you're kind of putting me in this situation where if you and me have a truce, I am not allowed to reply to anybody you know who's starting shit with me.
And cropping Straub's private DMs out of context. For the record, that post came an entire day after his exchange with Straub and 4 full days after she had joined the Discord server. He wants to pretend that one, he didn't.
That actually was posted the night before. It's such a weird lie. Like a full day. You're acting like it's a full 24 hours. Da 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 da. Yeah, it was set at like 4 in the afternoon.
Do this first, and that too, that it wasn't an attack. Listen, you posted someone's DMs and then you later on admitted on your live stream from your own mouth that it was an attack by calling it a jab.
Posted 2 jabs at her before she posted.
Oh, I called it a jab. Yeah, I called it a jab. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, like, the problem. Because again, Rima, I didn't attack you. I took a jab at Straub. You're, like, trying to muddy the waters and drag in other people. So now, it's not just that I can't criticize you. I can't criticize your friends. I can't criticize your Discord. I can't criticize people you know. I can't criticize your dog. Like, at some point, you have to acknowledge that you're just kind of... You're moving the goalpost to the point that I would never be able to meet your criteria. You were always going to find an excuse to break the agreement. That you, again, you said this the other day in your Discord, that you didn't actually agree to it. You just gave it a thumbs up. And that doesn't actually count.
Before I saw that she posted a jab at me.
And that screenshot he shows is already out of context.
I would like to point out the part that she kind of skims over.
Posted a jab at me.
And that screen your own mouth that it was an attack by calling it a jab.
Posted 2 jabs at her before I saw that she posted a jab at me.
I don't know why she kept that part in, because again, this is a edited video. She could have cut that part out. But she left in the part where I admitted that, like, yes, I did post 2 jabs at her, but that Straub had already posted one at me. I was being honest when I made my stream and saying, yes, I would have posted both of those tweets either way. But to be fair to me, Straub was doing the same thing already as well. I just hadn't seen it. So that was full transparency. And I don't know why she included that in, because it kind of makes her look bad. Where she's like, no, Mizu started it. Mizu did this first. You left in the part where I clarified that Straub did it first. I just hadn't seen it.
And that screenshot he shows is already out of context. 1, she didn't reach out to you. You barged into her DMs. And 2, she had already said she didn't want to argue with you. You still wanted to argue, so she told you, then go argue with Grok. Straub had already removed herself.
She didn't say go argue with Grok. She said go ask Grok how you were mean to Rima. So just as long as we're being pedantic about actual quotes, I'm going to be pedantic about actual quotes. Second off, again, I don't care about this who started it language. Somebody started it and it's a fight. But if we want to argue who started it, I barged into her DMs after she barged into my Discord. So you've got to, like, you've got to play fair if you're going to do this who started it bullcrap. At the end of the day, if we follow all the way down the line, Shy Lily started it. All the way down the line, Shy Lily started it.
tell from the conversation.
Information in here. It was just me doing like a fake Twitter apology. And I thought it'd be kind of cute and funny. And as you can see on the bottom here, apparently she decided to fire back before I had posted this. So she had fired back after this one.
Fire back? You can't fire back at someone without being fired at first, by the way.
But I hadn't seen it until after
That doesn't mean anything, Rima. This is so dumb.
I posted this. So I have no problem admitting that I posted 2 jabs at her before I saw that she posted a jab at me.
There you go. He admitted that he posted 2 jabs at her. He's the one that attacked.
Why did you play the whole clip if you aren't gonna, like, take the whole quote? That's so bizarre. Because you're showing people that you are being dishonest. How did anybody watch this? It's like, oh yeah, no, Rima really owned that one. You're just not addressing the second part of my statement, even though you played it. You played it for people. That's bizarre, dude.
Attacked her first twice by his own admittance. Also, what are you saying? 1 minute it's an anonymous, it's cute, next thing it's a jab. You're talking from both sides of your mouth. How are you lying so fast?
Rima, you're cutting my stream up. You're talking out both sides of your mouth. You're cutting 2 separate parts together.
No problem admitting that. So she had gone in and she posted this. Can't believe someone would unironically say this, and it's in this case, if you don't think like me, you're morally wrong. So this is kind of getting past where I would consider the anonymity range. Because if you search this up, you will immediately find my tweet. I can tell most people didn't search it up, because if you do, you can see the full context. So what people have been trying to say is that the context of this is that I was harassing Rima for not agreeing with me on the Cinder situation.
That is not even true. No one is saying that. Also, this was a back and forth you had in your replies on your callout post on me, where you argued back and forth with this user, and the context actually...
That's another... See, she's doing it again. Oh, Mizu's arguing with somebody else, but the thread was... the post was about me. Post was about me. So all this argument, also about me. All of this also about me. No, it's not, Rima. Not everything is about you. You're just absolutely, like, insane. I also have to show this because Rima... I'm pretty sure Rima doesn't show it, but she acts like I did not show this on my live stream. This is my live stream. I literally went to the tweet live on stream and read through it. I don't know why she doesn't show that part of the clip, but, like, yeah, this is... You see it here. Rev says Desu, Mizutamari versus Drama Tubers. That's my picture in the corner there. This is my stream. I did, in fact, cover this live on stream. Don't know why she's pretending I didn't.
makes it far worse. He's basically arguing back and forth with this user, and this person is just saying they've seen the same evidence as him, but that people largely don't agree with him on this topic, and the person is even being nice about it. Yeah, most people don't agree with you on...
She also cut this part about my stream. I like Alanity. However, I did mention specifically on stream, they fight with me a lot, and it kind of irritates me. Because sometimes it feels like they're fighting just to fight with me. And she cut that part out. Because that's like suddenly not context she wants you to know. That me and this person kind of get in fights a lot, and I kind of don't like how they feel like they're fighting me all the time. So I don't... That's just her cutting context, so it can make it seem worse than it is. I'm not saying this was a good thread. In fact, on the stream when I showed it, I specifically said it wasn't a good thread. And that I should have worded myself better. Again, something she doesn't show. But there is an explanation for it. And again, Rima, this is not about you. This is about somebody else. This is just desperation to have something on me that you can claim was about you.
this topic, those same people also actively refuse to view information from the other side, so I don't really care what they think, lol. Personally, I've seen both sides, and when I compare them, I just don't see how Lily could be the bad guy. I'll recognize she says those things about the comparison isn't even close. She says far worse than anything Cinder has shown to say. He continues to argue back and forth. The user keeps on emphasizing that they believe the exact opposite, actually.
Wow, Rima, I would have never guessed the person arguing with me believes the opposite of what I believe. What an astute observation. Dumbass. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be mean, chat, but that's like... This person keeps emphasizing that while they're looking at the sky, that the sky was blue. Yeah, Rima, I wonder how they came to that determination. I'm sorry, chat. It's just so annoying when people make such stupid statements like that. Yes, Captain Obvious. The person disagreeing with me disagrees with me. Do you want a cookie?
And he just keeps pressing on, saying, at this point, you're choosing to believe the parts you like. The user responds, I don't like any parts. I have no skin in the game. I don't watch either content. I follow them both on here because I like the models. I feel as though you're doing a bit of projection by saying that. I respect your opinion because I know what you don't like about the situation, but personally, the screenshot of Red and Cinder paint a worse picture in my eyes than anything Lily has said so far. There are literally 2 screenshots of Cinder. That's the issue. There's literally nothing on Cinder, so you're relying entirely on Lily saying, trust me bro, she knew. And Cinder put out no screenshots either.
I would like to point out, I don't want to relitigate the Cinder thing, because like I said, I have not talked about the Cinder thing since day one. This, however, is information that was sent to me well after, that I didn't make a video on, because it would be like me sitting here for 10 minutes saying, guys, here's a Cinder update. And it would feel like really shitty and clout farmy, because I don't believe in those tiny updates. I believe we need big updates. Cinder and Red were in a long-distance relationship. This is something that had been left out of the dialogue, and admittedly, I didn't know it. But somebody sent me a stream clip where Cinder, from I think it's like a year ago, where Cinder talks about how her and Red have never lived together, and that their relationship is entirely long-distance across countries. And that was something I had not known at the time, which makes the idea that Cinder knew everything Red was doing, it makes it much harder to believe. Like, it was already hard to believe it, but this makes it so much harder to believe, given the fact that they are in a long-distance relationship. They're not in an actual home situation. And I bring that up because we are still relying on this trust me bro, Cinder knew narrative, which she doesn't. And Rima says, well, Cinder didn't provide us any DMs. What's she supposed to show? Because all the DMs are between Red and Nanolis. How is Cinder supposed to show us that the DMs between her and Red don't exist? At that point, I've talked about this before, the only way to prove a negative like that is to leak every single message you have ever sent through every single platform you could have sent it through. And even then, that's enough. That's not enough. Because somebody somewhere could argue, well, Cinder probably had a private Telegram chat with Red, and that's where they communicated. Or Cinder and Red mutually agreed to delete the messages in between this, and that's where they communicated. It is impossible for her to provide evidence of something not existing that people would believe. It's physically impossible. Ultimately, like people did do this, is people would say, well, there's no way she could prove it's wrong because she probably just talked to him in real life. And they weren't saying that as like a condemnation of this line of thought. They were saying this as a genuine belief that no matter what Cinder said, she would always be wrong because there would always be that little bit of doubt that she talked to him some other way. And yes, I do think that's a problem. I think that's a problem when your argumentation relies on, why don't you prove you're innocent? We can't do that. That's why that's not a thing in court, because it's physically impossible to prove innocence. It's not physically impossible, but there are cases where it is physically impossible. if there's no video proof of what happened in a specific time frame, somebody can always say, well, it happened when you weren't on video. And I don't want to relitigate this, but she's treating this as if this is an actual point to make. And since all of this has gone down and we've gotten new information, it's even less of a point to make these days. Is it possible Cinder knew everything? Yeah, it's possible. But we don't have that proof. Nobody has that proof.
And they argue back and forth about communication. Incompetence is when you trust your manager to manage and don't amend their Discord logs. This is a standard I know for a fact you do not actually hold outside of this argument. Also, there were no friendship. The girls have clarified in their own post they were just waiting for Cinder to mess up so they could torture. The user responds, yeah, we're not going to agree. You refuse to believe.
I like to point out as well, chat, this is the first time Rima has actually sat down and read every message on screen. Well, she hasn't read every message, but she's actually reading full messages when before she would read like one sentence and then ignore everything else on screen. But again, Rima, this is not about you. This is my argument with a separate person. It's a separate person that I argue with quite often. And again, Rima, I showed this on my video. This is not like a damning bombshell that you're dropping in my lap. The video that you are watching currently, that you are criticizing, has me cover this exact same content.
That people will hold their manager to a high degree because they represent them as a CC. And they were friends. That's factually given. I can find screenshots of them calling each other that. Missile skips over this info and says, we also have been given factual statements from the involved parties that this was all just smoke and mirrors for clout. But again, you ignore those parts because they're extremely inconvenient to the narrative. Sounds familiar.
Familiar to what, Rima? You can't just say sounds familiar. You have to show me what it sounds familiar to. That's why every time you say, man, his Discord is so toxic, I click over to these pictures. Because I'm showing people that this is the bullcrap you're spouting while you're trying to actively say that my people are worse than yours. And you're just, oh, it sounds familiar. Okay, show what it's familiar to. Go on. Show us. Go on. And I guess I don't even know what she's trying to reference here. I literally don't. Because in my stream here, again, I show the messages, and I show every single I show every single DM I had with Straub. There is no secret. There is no, like, hidden content. I go through every single message every single person has sent. Every single one I have. So this whole like, oh, you're ignoring information that's not good for you. It's just a lie, Rima. And don't worry, later we'll go through all of our DMs, which you only shared snippets of. So you can't claim that's a lie.
I don't. I've read them. I've stated that. You just refuse to believe that someone doesn't think like you. There you go. This user's exactly on it. I acknowledge your opinion and can see why you think that way. Why can't you do the same for me? In this case, he replies, if you don't think like me, you're morally wrong. This is why I and many others take such great issue with your opinion. You think it's okay to take the side of the aggressor with no evidence, but that people need evidence to believe an innocent until proven guilty. In reality, we are the only side that is right, based on basic moral principles most first world countries pretend to use as a bedrock for our legal system. And even after
So, Rima, do you see that part where I was referring to the concept of innocent until proven guilty and as a bedrock for the legal system? I wonder if that could be what I was referencing in that first message. I wonder. Yes, Rima, and I will say it again here. If you do not believe in innocent until proven guilty, I think you are morally wrong. Genuinely. That is a concept I believe every person needs to believe in for a functioning society. I will double, triple, quadruple down on that. Also, no chat, I'm not legally trained. I'm heavily interested in legal stuff, so I've done a lot of study in it. But don't tell people I'm like a lawyer, I'm legally trained, because I'm not. It's more like, you know, I took classes on it and then didn't like go through to get a degree, basically.
Who goes full schizo on them, the other person just replies like a normal human being. But this is classic Mizu, by the way. He wants to twist your arm until you agree with him, and if you don't, then all these claims starts is you're dismissive of small channels, you didn't see the evidence, you're morally wrong, you're ignoring.
So, what I'm guessing Rima is trying to do here in legal terms is a character witness. She's trying to say that this is indicative of my character. Therefore, even though she hasn't shown me doing this to her, we can now believe that I have done this to her because she thinks this is proof of me doing it to someone else. Rima, you have to show me doing it to you.
Evidence. You can't just disagree with him. Like, this is the gist of it. You are the meme, Mizu. You are the meme.
Yeah, Rima, I wonder where you got that meme. I wonder how many times that meme has been posted in your server. I wonder if there's any more of those. I wonder if your server started posting that meme again. Nah, it's just a meme, Rima. It's just a meme. There's no negativity behind it. There's no, like, meanness intended. It's just it's a silly little meme. It's a silly little meme.
And now, after he's fired his 2 jabs like he said at Straub, and she responds with this tweet, and then he turns around.
Wait, what? You just flashed that really quick. What is her complaint with that?
Mizu, you are the meme. And now, after he's fired his 2 jabs like he said at Straub, and she responds with this tweet.
Again, Rima, she responded with that tweet before the second jab, which I included in, you know, my message. And you included me saying that. That's what's so bizarre about this video. It's an edited video, and you included a clip of me contradicting you. But you're still continuing with the narrative that I didn't say that.
And then he turns around and goes screaming that he's being beat up on by larger creators.
Like, the sanctity of your DMs. A large creator, they can share their...
What? Why didn't you just cut that whole part out? Why did you include that?
Like, the sanctity of your DMs. A large creator, they can share their DMs.
Why didn't you just cut that out? I'm so confused. That's such poor editing. Did you, like, throw this together in 5 minutes? What? Okay, whatever.
DMs privately with their friends, who are typically other large creators, which allows them to cause, like, smaller creators problems without inviting the public scrutiny of people knowing that they're leaking DMs to people. This kind of skirts the unspoken rule of anonymity we'll go with anonymity. The anonymity that DMs have, because obviously you're allowed...
By the way, chat, I meant confidentiality. I was kind of put on the spot. So, my bad. But I think somebody in chat corrects me at that point, and I change it to confidentiality later. But yes, before somebody says it, I meant to say, like, the rules of confidentiality that DMs have. My bad.
To talk to your friends about your problems, but what happens when those friends start acting publicly on your behalf because of what they saw in those DMs? You kind of get the benefit of leaking people's private DMs without any of the downsides of publicly, like, putting them on blast.
She didn't even use her fan base. No one from her community followed her when she...
Rima, this is where Rima ends up in this weird spot, right? Where she thinks that the opinions of people on Twitter are more important than the opinions of people who, to some degree, could hold your career in their hand, right? And we kind of saw this with the Shy Lily thing, where she said, you're either friends with Numi, or you're not friends with 80% of indie VTubers, and you don't have, like, a community, right? You don't have a job anymore. She's intentionally ignoring the fact that my argument was that big people talk, And when big people talk privately, they get the effect of icing you out of the industry without having the negative effect of their fans knowing they act that way. So yes, Straub did not attack me with her fans. I would argue you attacked me with your fans, but it's because you didn't say it on Twitter. Let's say you didn't attack me with your fans. But you are spreading stuff in back rooms about me that are getting other larger people to spread shit about me. You personally have been spreading shit about me to random people. That is a problem, Rima. You can't say you didn't attack me because you didn't involve your fans. Because you didn't need to involve your fans. And that's another thing too, right? If Straub publicly says something negative about me, how are you saying she didn't involve her fans? Her fans and people that know her see her saying that about me, and they just act on it on their own. That's how this works. And you know that. Because that's exactly what you're accusing me of doing. Even though I have said over and over for my people not to participate in that kind of behavior. Now you are going to sit here up on stream and say that you were allowed to participate in that exact same behavior you have been criticizing me for this entire video, and I can't say a word about it. She just... it's so scummy, Rima.
Joined her Discord. She was there alone. No one even knew about this. Her being a big creator or a small creator has nothing to do with this.
Yes, it does, Rima. And we all know this, right? I'm a big proponent of big creators are not responsible for their fan base. Because when you, as a big creator, say even the smallest thing, like, oh, I don't really like this guy, there is a percentage of your fan base that is going to dog on them. And the bigger your fan base, the bigger that dog pile. And again, I'm not saying big creators are necessarily responsible for that. I do think ones that want to keep a good image should probably consider that when they speak. But personally, I don't hold them accountable for it. But her saying that, no, you can say whatever you want and there's no effect. You know that's not true. You factually know that's not true, Rima. You're sitting here accusing me, a small 2K YouTube channel, of being able to sick people on you just by making a tweet about you. But somebody that's like literally 100 times my size, nah, they can say whatever they want. It doesn't affect anybody. What are you talking about, Rima? It's wild that she tries to make these kind of arguments, specifically in the community she's in.
Smaller creator though, DMs literally have no value unless you make them public. Because I could share like a horrendous DM I got to every single friend I have, but like 20 of my friends calling somebody with like 100,000 followers an asshole isn't gonna do anything.
What? She didn't even call you an asshole. Where are we now? Like, are you lost, Mizu?
I've been like so beat up on.
Why are you leaving those parts in, Rima? That like swapping between videos? That's weird. Also, why do you keep full screening the video? I don't know if you guys actually see this chat, but I actually don't have the YouTube video full screen. You can kind of see it down here. I have it in the regular mode. I don't have it full screen yet. Because that way I can move around other stuff on the screen and it doesn't affect what I'm recording. I can do this for a live stream. She can't even be bothered to do this for a recorded video. It's wild to me.
There's not really like a downside for me to just say,
She doesn't understand hypotheticals. We'll go back. I'm not really understanding her point here at all, to be honest, but that might be it.
but like 20 of my friends calling somebody with like 100,000 followers an asshole isn't gonna do anything.
What? She didn't even call you an asshole. Where are we now? Like, are you lost, Mizu?
Okay, yeah, she's not getting what a hypothetical is. Yeah, no, you guys are right. She's not understanding hypotheticals. This is a what if you ate breakfast moment, and her reply is, but I didn't eat breakfast. Yeah, Rima, I'm saying that what if this was the case? She didn't literally call me an asshole, though she did literally get passive aggressive in my Discord and then literally subtweet about me on Twitter, which I don't care. She's free to. Like, that's the thing. I would be fine to, like, hash this out on Twitter, us just, like, flinging shit back at each other back and forth. But you guys can't allow that. You can't allow us to just disagree. You've got to start this huge fight that one of us has to be right and one of us has to be wrong. I don't know how you expect me to handle that when you guys refuse to allow it.
I've been like so beat up on. There's not really like a downside for me to just say, okay, well fine, here's what we talked about.
So this is Mizu claiming he's being so beat up on, Mr. Professional Victim.
Way where they can kind of publicly bash me, but I don't have a way to respond.
You started all of this when you made the tweet.
You started all of this when you, a month after it was settled, made a video on Cinder. We can play this back and forth game of who started what over and over, Rima. It's a dumb argument. Like, you sound like a fucking child. Mommy, Mizu started it. Mizu did it first. I don't care, Rima. Nobody cares. They want to hear your arguments. They don't want to hear who started it first. On top of that, people kind of expect me to, like, dig my heels in and continue, like really hold to my points, because that's kind of my brand. People don't expect you to act that way. So I'm surprised this argument goes over well with your Discord at all. Also, thank you to the person who keeps giving me head pats. It's much appreciated.
You said they were jabs. Why wouldn't they respond? And if you didn't want them to respond, why would you attack them in the first place? So small creators can do 2 jabs and Straub can't respond? Oh no, if it's not the consequences of your own actions. This is the beating up.
I'm not saying she can't respond. I said she did respond. I think this is a really huge problem with Rima's argument. Is she thinks me getting up here and talking about this is saying, Rima, you're not allowed to do this. I'm not saying you're not allowed to do this. You're allowed to do this all you want. But I'm allowed to criticize you for it. And you're allowed to criticize me for my criticism. That's how this works. But you're getting up here trying to act like I'm not allowed to reply to you. And you're telling people Mizu's actually saying we're not allowed to reply to him. No one said you couldn't. You're free to. My issue, the only issue I've taken through any of this, is that you were sharing our DMs with other people, and those other people were publicly acting on that without, like, having the negativity got on you of saying, hey, I shared our DMs. I don't think that's appropriate. That is the only complaint I've had about you. And I think that probably should look negatively on you, because you have now, thanks to Straub, admitted that if you get in a fight with somebody, you will dump their DMs to your friends. That's not good. That's not a good look. You can even ask my friends. I don't share my DMs with people. The only time I even did it here to save these DMs was because Straub said that you had shared it with her. And I felt like I needed to get my friend's opinion on if I really was as bad as you were painting me out to be to Straub. I feel like I needed that extra support. So, in that case, you did it first.
Up that's going on. The high Straubs, the Oko adds the whole Discord so more people could come say hi to Straub, and it goes on till the next day. No one is seeing any of this. You're hallucinating. And then he says he can't fire back. He's been firing all along. You even said in your own word that you threw 2 jabs at her. Why do you take a shot at someone if you're not?
What is she talking about? Why are we looping back onto this? People said hi to Straub. Okay? I don't know what we're even talking about, Rima. I need you to, like, make a salient point for me. She's just yapping for the sake of it. She kind of is. Again, this is not a stream. This is an edited video, pre-recorded.
not expecting a response. You wanted a response from her, so let's hear it again.
Posted 2 jabs at her before I saw that she posted a jab at me.
Rima, again, notice that part you keep leaving in. Before I saw that she had posted a jab at me, she had already done it. And that's what you keep, like, skimming over, trying to pull this Mizu started it. I will admit, I didn't see that Straub had posted it. I would have posted my tweets regardless of Straub's reaction. However, if we're gonna play this who started it game, Straub did post.
What's really upsetting is that Mizu's been using that DM he sent me where he asked me not to talk about it anymore to pretend that things were settled in between us and that Straub is continuing this fight on her own, which is, as you've seen, absolutely not the case. When in fact it started with him and everything he chose to do from day one. And the worst part is even after this tweet, he still says, my DMs are open if you're willing to talk things out privately, but I'd really appreciate if you could avoid continuing this in public spaces, especially if it's based on misunderstanding. And then what does Mizu do? He continues on
Oh, you skipped over. Look at that.
on
Why is that in there?
And then what does Mizu do?
Oh, look. Whose tweet is that? That's Straub's tweet. Why are you skipping over that's Straub's tweet in between them, Rima? You skip past it so fast.
He continues.
That is so funny. Look at what Mizu's doing. Straub, skip. Look at what Mizu's doing. This is an edited video. You could have cut that out. Whatever.
On continuing this in public spaces. And then he's like, oh, apparently she fired back.
Sorry about that noise, by the way, chat. That's my shaker. I just finished all of my drinky. And I hope you're proud of me, chat. I've been drinking lots of water every day. I'm trying to be healthier. No more soda on stream. Now we drink water.
Maybe it's time I talk about this on stream. You don't want to have a calm and honest conversation, Mizu. You just want to be right. And then he continues.
I don't want to be right, Rima. I am right. What I want is for you guys to take a fucking hint and take the world's lightest bit of criticism. I made one message to you, and you could not handle it.
To make other tweets where again he's pretending to be the victim. I noticed he came into my public Discord and made some passive aggressive comments even though I thought things had already been cleared up. All of this is just cry bully behavior. When Mizu, you've started all of this.
She said, I meant the post you deleted. I just believe none of this should have happened. So I replied, that's a fair opinion. I was just giving my thoughts on how she handled the coverage of this situation. Had she answered my first DM to discuss it or not, timed me out or not timed me out in chat, or not hidden my reply to the video, probably wouldn't have posted my opinion to Twitter. So I've intentionally avoided like trying to shit on Rima at all because like I said, I thought it was done.
You thought it was done by twisting a screenshot from my Discord out of context?
After seeing some stuff.
Rima, that was before everything. Remember, she said at the start that she was going to put everything in order. We are looping now all the way back to the start. And she's like, oh, you thought it was done? But what about the very first thing you did? Rima, that was the very first thing. That was the start at the beginning. That was before everything else happened. Why are you bringing that up now if you want this timeline?
Tonight, I just don't care anymore because she's just trying to attack me relentlessly and I can't be bothered to like guard her.
You never cared, first of all, and second of all, I attacked him relentlessly. Is this dude living in an alternate reality? Where? Look.
In private, Rima. I have DMs from other people where you're shit-talking me to them. You have this bizarre belief that you can talk shit about anyone you want behind closed doors, and if it gets back to them, they just have to sit down and take it. And that's what I said in my stream. That's why you didn't cover my full stream. Because I mentioned that specifically, that larger creators will talk shit in private and use that to shut you up. Because if you say it in public, it causes a problem.
Look at my Twitter, look at my live streams, there's nothing.
I mentioned it early on at the start, and I'll mention it again for people that are here, is the problem is I don't have a way to fight back other than my video, right?
You've been fighting back this entire time. In fact, you've been the only one fighting. Dude, that's literally them about...
This is a tweet from, or this is a message from her Discord, by the way. She thinks she's including like a fun little funny meme. Now this is the messages from her Discord. I don't know why she thought showing this was good.
Everything. That's them about this issue. That's them about the Cinder stuff that they're still fighting about 1 month later.
Rima, your video came out 1 month later. What are you talking about? She's using this, oh, so much time had passed. Why did you make your video then? Your video came out a month after.
And now they're like, oh, I gotta defend myself. Bro, you've been the one attacking.
Like, yeah, I could talk to my friends and be like, hey, like, these people are being kind of shitty to me and getting their followers to kind of, like, gang up on me and cause issues. But what am I gonna say other than that? Like, I love Lumi and Akko, but what are they gonna do? They're gonna support me as friends, and that's nice. Having that support's good. But that helps me in real world. That doesn't help me in digital world.
I guess Mizu is actually the one who doesn't care about small creators and actually cares more about the online world than the real world. Like,
Rima, if I got fired from my job today, I would still have my family, and my family would love me. How would I make money? That's what I don't understand how you're not getting this. I'm not saying I don't care about my friends. I love my friends. But my friends loving me does not put food on my table. It does not make me money. Love doesn't get you anywhere, Rima, in that regard. Love is good for your mental health, but we live in a capitalist society where I have to spend money to survive every day. I have to pay rent. I have to get food. I have to get gas for my car. And stuff is getting more and more expensive. That's the reality. I have to make money. I can't just be like, oh, I'm broke and I'm hungry, but I have people who love me. I need food and money, Rima. I don't know why you're trying to, like, use this as an argument, but I'm telling you, this argument does not resonate with anybody who is not rich. For people who have to actually pay to live their life and don't just have casual money rolling in from a successful YouTube channel and brand deals and a big company backing them up, they have to consider what's going to make them money. This is not a good argument for you.
usually people say Twitter doesn't matter, only your real friends matter, but it's just all upside down with them. Also, that small creator thing means nothing. Stop using that as a shield. If you pipe up, you're gonna get a response. That's just a classic VTweeter excuse. This is about what you did, and hiding behind your smaller audience doesn't excuse your behavior. You're not being called out because you're small. You're getting called out because you crossed a line. In fact, several lines. So all of
You have yet to show me the line, Rima.
this is to set the record straight on all of these people's lives, because this makes all of Mizu's arguments just fall apart. This all started with Mizu being disruptive in my live stream, my comment section, doing the call out post on Twitter, misconstruing my screenshot out of context. We argue in DMs, he makes more tweets, Straub joins the Discord, she points out the rule, there was no attack, everything was cool until not one, not two, not...
Oh, chat, you think it's over? This is how much is left on the video. This is not over. We have reached the end of the timeline. We somehow still have like a fourth of the video left.
agree, but 4 days later, Mizu decides it isn't anymore, and because he realized that Straub doesn't agree with what he did, and he makes a post on Twitter. Sorry, not just one post, 2 posts. He throws 2
Also, Colzer, thank you for the 5 USD. Money for the puddle. Go buy yourself a Slim Jim. Thank you.
jabs at her on Twitter. She responds, and now he gets to play the victim. He claims big creators are coming after him, claims he's being beat up on. Then he goes on and stream and acts like a professional victim. Give me a break. Mizu can't admit that he's just butthurt about people making memes about him, about something he actually said. So
that's what we're at now. And this has been her excuse the whole time. Is these are not made out of spite or out of ire or because her chat is trying to get under my skin, even though they have publicly said so. These are just casual, friendly memes. So if you say something bad, if you call Rima a slop content creator in my Discord, you are evil. You are disgusting. You are lower than scum. But if you intentionally take me out of context and then repost that to everyone you know 200 times in an hour, that's not harassment. That's just that's a cute little meme. He's just being a silly little guy. And again, I'm not saying that she has to care. I'm not saying that I'm mad about the stuff her server has done. That's not my point. My point is she treats this like it's a huge, massive own against everything I've ever said, but she doesn't hold the same standard to herself or her community. This is something that only applies when it's to people she doesn't like.
he's got to twist this too and add that it's evil memes and that the people specifically said they made it and wanted to spread it to ruin my reputation, when no one's ever said that. You're just butthurt. And then he goes on Twitter and takes a screen cap of the media in my Discord server, not from yesterday, but from a couple days ago, which was a response to his callout post when he went and acted full crazy and schizo on.
Not from yesterday. No, not from yesterday. But it's from the day it happened. What excuse is that? What are you talking about? That's such a bizarre, defense. He didn't take a picture of yesterday's media tab. He took a picture of the media tab the day it happened. Own. That's so dumb. Here, we'll go back a little bit.
My Discord server, not from yesterday, but from a couple days ago, which was a response to his callout post when he went and acted full crazy and schizo on Twitter. And he has the nerves to say that's too far, when we saw what's going on in his Discord server with the harassment, the brigading, and the obsession going on there. And then he has the nerve to say he doesn't want to have to do this, he doesn't want to have to keep milking this and dragging this on, but let's be real, no one believes that. And even though I haven't responded.
Real quick, chat. This, Rima, is a picture from your Discord. And I know it's hard for chat to see, but oh, look at this. Look at this little picture. Who's this picture of, Rima? Is that your Discord picture? Is that you? As you're sitting here trying to say that you are not participating in this? This is you starting shit in your Discord with your fans? Oh, I wonder why. Oh, I don't get this with her. She's constantly talking about me in the Discord, and she's like, well, it doesn't count, because it's not on Twitter.
Let's be real, no one believes that. And even though I haven't responded, and I haven't even defended myself against any—
Rima, you just showed a picture of you responding in your Discord. You were trying to use this excuse of, well, it wasn't on my Twitter and it wasn't on my YouTube, so it doesn't really count. You're saying it in people's DMs, you're getting them to respond on your behalf, you're sending them to my Discord, you're constantly saying it in your Discord. I don't know what you want. We're kind of at the point where she's just like, well, if I don't say it on YouTube or Twitter, I can say whatever I want. And that's not how this works, Rima. That's not how it's ever worked.
any of these tweets, comments, live stream that he's done. I've recently been made aware that Mizu is sending members of his Discord server to message not just one, not just two, not just three, but multiple members of my Discord server to ask them to spy on me, and they're even
And here we go. This chat is Lord Tyrion. Up until this point, the only time we have seen Lord Tyrion is him insulting me or him fighting with me. And that's the only time she's shown him. But now, this is Mizu's friend. Mizu sent him to spy on me. Really? Rima? Really? Would you... Really? Is that the excuse we're going for, Rima? That I sent him? I will tell you what we knew about this situation. All we knew about this situation was somebody messaged us and said that Lord Tyrion was looking to make a fracture Discord of our Discord because he thought that one day we would lose ourselves and we would, like, crash out, and he wanted to have a better drama Discord than us. That's what we were told. And our response to it was, it's kind of shitty, but I've only heard that. I don't feel comfortable banding him on that. So all we knew is that he was treating us like shit. And now you're saying he's like a secret spy we've sent to your server? He doesn't like me, Rima. The only time I've interacted with him, he's talked shit about me. You showed him earlier in the stream talking shit about me. And now you're trying to pretend like this is some amazing spy that we've had in our back pocket the whole time. Whatever.
thinking about trying to get some of my mods. That is the place that is supposed to be my home, my sanctuary for me and my viewer. And this is something that goes, by the way, against their own server rules, but of course they're not being enforced.
Oh, Rima, you see this at the top? The way it says his name? That means this is a DM. Do you know when we learned about these DMs? We learned about it from your video. How do you expect us to, like, deal with it if you don't send it to us? Nobody sent it to us. It's DMs, Rima. We're not psychic. We can't read the DMs of all of our fans. I don't know what you want me to say about this. Yeah, we didn't know. And when we found out, we banned him. Congrats. If you would have told us, it would have been dealt with at the time, but you didn't.
I want to repeat one last time that this has been completely unprovoked by me. I didn't respond to any of Mizu's attack. I didn't respond to his live stream on me and Straub. I didn't defend myself.
It wasn't a live stream on you and Straub. It was a live stream on Straub. You were tangentially related because you leaked DMs to Straub and got her involved. Don't get people involved.
Yet they keep on pushing and pushing and pushing by trying to turn some of my viewers and my community members into spies for their community. Not that they would find anything, because my community is normal and we have moved on from this topic.
No, you have not, Rima. Your server constantly talks about me. And we will go over that later, but your server is obsessed with me.
Days ago. This is how unhinged these individuals from that Discord server are. Is there someone who can get you screenshots of it? Not really, although I have seen screenshots, not by someone I personally know per se. If you can help out Mizu, me and the rest, it'd be really appreciated. And then they go back and forth saying we're bullying Mizu and we're only being critical of Rima, etc. They're trying to get some of my mods, some people from my mod team, to spy for them. And look at the way they speak. On a second thought, I guess you shouldn't join yet. While my server is relatively safe, it's best for us to stick to DMs after all. My mistake, you were right.
Notice he says my server is relatively safe. What she's leaving out is that he has made a second server, and that's where he's inviting people. And that's what we had been told. but we had been told he was trying to recruit people from our server. And we just didn't ban because we were kind of like, whatever, people are free to do what they want. If multiple people complain to us, then we will deal with it. But if it's like a one-time thing, we'll let it go.
Right to be hesitant once again. Anyway, I won't keep bothering you. You already know what the next step is. Establish contact with Trashy Nuva. Maybe Guild Thunder / Zan too as a secondary objective, but prob just focus on Trash first. Remember not to draw too much attention to yourself or give Rima and the mods any reason to grow suspicious of you. They are currently highly paranoid. Bro is behaving like he's conducting a military operation. She didn't specify over.
Thank you for the 5Z. Why did you ban Tyrion exactly? Considering none of these DMs in particular show him trying to perform gay ops. The issue is it's typically accepted that if you are in a server, you are not allowed to try and recruit people away from the server. And that's how I saw him acting. And after I found out that he'd continued to do it with multiple people, I was just like, yeah, no, I don't want that around. People can kind of like complain about that all they want. I will publicly say that when it was brought to my attention, I specifically said I would kind of just prefer to ban him on that. If he wants, because I've not blocked him, he is free to appeal to me what he wants. That's fine. However, I do, from what I've seen, think this behavior is inappropriate and I don't like it. And I didn't like it the first time it was sent to me, but it was just against me at that point, and I have a higher bar for bullshit when it's against me. I guess I kind of take the position that if people don't like me, they're free to dislike me, and I try not to police people on that. But after I saw he was doing it to other people, I'm kind of like, well, I can't take a fence sitter position on that. I can take it with me because it's just about me. I can't take it with other people. So I'm sorry if that's not what he was doing. From everything I've seen, that's what he was doing. My DMs are open. He's free to appeal it to me.
Over at T-Court, so I'll just ask her in private then. Been talking to Kendra. She has provided me with a lot of information, but she said she later wants to share it publicly. I will not share any of said info with anyone until she does. Out of principle, it is fascinating, is all I will say. What's interesting is this conversation reveals that they've been scrubbing a lot of messages about me in the server. Also, Oko, one of the UTT hosts and admins, has been going around in the UTT Cinder thread, which is currently locked by the way, and deleted a lot of posts, generally ones critical of Rima.
Rima, this is just random thing he said. I would have to ask Akko on this, but I don't even know how he would know that. It doesn't tell you who deleted a message. As far as I know, no messages have been deleted. We could probably compare that to how many messages are in the Discord versus how many were in it when you took your picture. As far as I know, it's still the same. But Akko hasn't admitted to doing this to me, and I think there's a what you call it, a mod log. I don't know if it works if you just click delete, but I'd have to double check on that. I don't know how to use the Discord mod log at all.
Proving once more that this thread did go overboard on me. And then we have that nonsense again that they've been peddling about Mythic. It sure is. All this is bigger than just Rima.
In mod logs for servers, you can see who did what, yeah. That's probably the only way I'd be able to find it, but he wouldn't have access to mod logs. He'd just be assuming that Akko was deleting stuff.
Upper Court or T Court. This is about Mythic. Mythic talent is the true adversary here. It goes all the way to the top. Rima is in Mythic talent, so is False. So are many of the mean girls who ruined Cinder. It's all connected, and it's a pattern. Mythic talent is an agency, not a corpo, but there is something real shady about them. Cinder was once in Mythic, but she left. I don't know yet why. But as they say, you don't leave the family. I call it the Mythic Mafia at this point. Sure has been behaving that way. There are definitely
yeah, chat's right. Rima's complaining about conspiracy theories, but now she's just taking every word this guy says as gospel. The only time I have talked to him was to warn him that he needed to stop for, like, attacking me. And you showed that. I don't even have to show that. You showed that. that the only time me and him have had communication is me saying, dude, stop attacking me. Nobody knows who he is, Rima.
Directing their members to coordinate shit. Exactly. Also, Silvervale has worked with gamer subs. Double whammy. It all happened for a reason. Multiple reasons, that is. Ain't just about girls being petty and catty. Way deeper than that. Yeah, as we've been saying, this goes deep and it goes to the top. Yes, both mythic as well as gamer sub. It's just business. You see how obsessed these people are?
These people, and it's one guy, Rima. You are getting one guide by a fucking random. Oh.
Again, this is completely...
Sorry, I don't want to pause twice in a row like this. But this is what I mean when I say she's not prepared for this space. She's getting one guide by a complete random. And she's taking every word he says as complete gospel. She is not prepared to be in a drama space, because the bigger she gets, the more this is going to happen. This is such a common event when you are dealing with these kind of controversial issues.
Unprovoked, and I still haven't responded to anything that Mizu has said about me until that point. This is more than a week after my Cinder video has been released. This is what, like, at least 12 days since it's been posted. I've been dealing with my own shit. I've been ill. I've been grieving with the death of a family member, and still they're not stopping. This is what these people choose to pass their time. Unbelievable. I've never wanted it to come to this, but I understand now that these people will not stop, even if I do nothing, and I have just no choice but to speak up.
You weren't doing nothing, Rima. You keep pulling this. I did nothing. I'm such a good little horse. I have done nothing. You didn't, Rima. You did a lot. Why didn't she report him to you guys? Because she wanted to use it for the video. She had no intention of, like, actually dealing with this. She just wanted to use it as evidence.
It's just no low that is too low for them. This is the kind of people that is fostered and protected by this community. So forgive me if I have now a huge distrust of anybody that orbits around this community from now on. It's just a huge red flag for me. I have no desire to engage with Mizu and his community further after this. Hopefully this is the first and last time I'll have to address any of this. And if you're a member of my community, please stay vigilant and most of all, stay safe. Now that I've addressed Mizu's...
Stay safe. Shut up. This is a dude trying to recruit you for a Discord.
biggest lie, let's speedrun through some of his other lies.
And all attacking Rima with the most heinous stuff she's ever seen. She says the thread got so heated with insults and vitriol that it got locked by the admins. So we have locked the Cinder thread. We locked the Cinder thread before this fallout.
False. The date thread is locked is on June 2nd. The date of the fallout, May 20th.
Rima, we're currently talking about Straub. We're not talking about you. We're talking about Straub showing up. Thread was locked before Straub showed up. Also, the thread was not locked when Akko left their message. The thread was locked before that. Akko just felt the need to make an explanation. I'm not saying it was a long time before. I think it was like 2 or 3 hours before Akko made the message. But it had already been locked.
Tell me, Mizu, which date comes first? Does June 2nd come before May 20th? Thinking.
She says it was so much focused on me that Akko suggested they made a new thread on me. No. Like a random person in chat said, well, can we make a Rima thread? And I said no.
Mizu denies that Oko requested to make a separate Rima thread, but the evidence shows otherwise.
Okay, yeah, Rima. I forgot that Akko suggested it. Sorry. Unlike you, I'm not, like, obsessed with making notes of every single negative thing that happens about me. Yeah, Akko suggested it. What about the second part that I shot it down? I've shot it down every time. Constantly. Is she adding clown nose noises? Yeah, she's adding clown nose noises.
So guys, if Rima's gonna be the main focus instead of Cinder, you may want to make a thread, just so we keep things separate.
Rima, the point of me saying no was not to say that Akko didn't make it. It was to say that somebody suggested to make it, and I said not to. The key point in what I said was I said not to. Are you going to show that I lied about saying not to? No, you're not, because I did in fact say not to. And I said I didn't want to do that.
And it's good to note Oko requested this after reading this lovely message about me joining the Shy Lily train and hoping that we have enough jetpacks to survive the crash. Interesting.
Then it took...
Nobody cares, Rima. That's not a bad message. That's just the little, like, tongue-in-cheek. If we're going to talk about having enough jetpacks to survive the crash being some kind of heinous message, you are aware that your chat has been comparing your stream on me to 9/11 since you made it yesterday.
Another day for a different mod to finally go, hey, stop posting the Mizu memes, it's getting old. And he followed it up with, if Mizu and Akko try to reply, they will be muted.
Mizu here twists a ceasefire into something negative.
Show the message, Rima. Go on. Show the message. Show exactly what your mod said. Because you're not going to, because you know I'm right. He specifically, I had not spoken in your server in months. I had one message in your server. One. And he said if Mizu or Akko speaks up, I will mute them. Go on, show the message. Go on. No, I can't get the message because Rima has kicked us all out of her Discord.
If somehow, only mentioning the part where he says he would mute Oko and Mizu if they replied, and he conveniently leaves out the part where my mod said that if anyone else is from Rima...
Oh, look at that. She does show the message. Do you think this makes you look good, Rima? Chat, read this message that her mod posted. If Mizu or Akko says anything, I'm going to time them out. If anyone else from Rima's chat decides to post more Mizu memes, I'm going to time them out. Do you think this helps you? Why would you show this? You have your mods specifically saying that me and Akko are not allowed to speak, or we will be timed out. And she's like, well, he left out the part where my mod also said if people kept making Mizu memes, he would time those people out. This is not a lie, Rima. They said that. She's trying to say I'm lying by, like, omission, by leaving out the context of the second part of the message. Second part of the message doesn't matter. Like, your mods are specifically targeting me and Akko at this point. And you're just like, oh, no, that doesn't matter, because they said, like, they might mute other people if they did a specific thing.
Rima's chat decides to post more Mizu memes, I'm going to time them out. It was a fair ceasefire on both sides.
That's not a fair ceasefire. And it also didn't work. People immediately started shit-talking me.
Which, by the way, Oko still tried to talk, and my mod had to gently request him 3 times to stop. He didn't even get timed out or muted immediately. First time...
Here, look at the first time, chat. Akko says, I appreciate that. Thank you. And he says, chill out, sleep on it. Rima, what the fuck is wrong with you? Akko tried to speak. Yeah, Akko did try to speak. This is just proving the point, is that your mods were specifically targeting us, that we were just not allowed to speak. Point blank none. And you're like, we were so kind and so fair, that we were so patient with you. No, you weren't. It's so dumb.
Times to stop. He didn't even get timed out or muted immediately. First time, second time, third...
What is the second time?
Get timed out or muted immediately. First time,
second time, They say you're defending your friend. Anyone who defends their friends will have emotions attached. It's just human nature. Rima, you're making this video because I responded to Straub. Just so we're aware, this is not helping your case. Akko says to some extent, but I know where to look. Sorry, I can't tell what that says. I know where to something a friend and say you're wrong. However, besides phrasing, I don't disagree with Mizu. Just stop right there, sleep on it. Again, Rima, your chat is just trying to shut them up.
Second time.
Infer messages, I just want things to chill. The drama's so dumb. It's not even about my friends, but it evolved like a dumb virus to include it. I'm just in the middle and wanting my friends to be friends again. And the mod says at the bottom, I'll move over to the side so I'm not taking it out of context. This is your one and only warning. Go to sleep and come back later after a full night's rest to talk about it. Rima, this doesn't help your case. This makes your mods look like dicks. Akko's being nice to you. They're being polite. And your mods are just like trying to shoot it down and shut it up. That just proves my point. That this was targeted against us.
Third time.
When he says these people, I assume he means me, Akko, and Lumi. Akko and Lumi haven't said anything to them. This is strictly a me issue. Akko and Lumi haven't said a word. I've specifically told Akko and Lumi to stay out of it because this is my drama and I will handle it how I feel, how I see fit. And I don't want anyone else in the crossfire of it. This is the like full extent.
So this is what she's trying to say is a lie. Is that this was about messaging Rev. That was not about messaging Rev. That was about speaking up about the drama between me, you, and Straub. It has nothing to do with the messages to Rev. The messages to Rev was a separate part. You are deceptively editing this.
Of our hounding of him.
Mizu lies and pretends that members of UTT never cared about Rev. First,
again, this does not involve Akko and Lumi. I don't care what Akko and Lumi told Rev. Rev was insulting me. And I have messaged Rev one time in my entire history 3 years ago.
first, he shows his own DM to Rev that remained unanswered.
Look at this. She shows his own DM to Rev. It remained unanswered. This is not my DM. What is this? This is an edited video. Did she not see that what she was talking about was not on screen?
And at the same time, in his chat, there's Moma Oko saying, I will be honest, I did message Rev to ask for a collab once or twice, then to share drama because I asked if you wanted it, then said yes. And I also messaged Straub twice, once to answer a tweet, then because someone told me she manages his collab. And we also have the third member of UTT who messaged Rev multiple times here.
So this is how I find out that Straub is like messaging Akko.
Wait. Is that her complaint?
Times here.
So this is how I find out that Straub is like.
This says Akko messaged Straub first. I didn't say Straub messaged Akko first or Akko messaged Straub first. I said this is how I found out Straub is messaging Akko. This is like you're playing semantics. It's not even good semantics. No matter what, Mizu is not the focus of his own callout. Because they have nothing. Like, people say all this shit about me, but I try to be as nice and polite as I can. Like, even in all this, I tried to, like, make my one tweet and move on from it. But Rima just, like, couldn't. She had to keep involving more and more people and blowing it up bigger and bigger.
Like messaging Akko.
It was in fact Akko who pinged Straub asking to DM her, so Mizu lied again.
And in our DMs where I told her about this, she immediately goes, I look at it, but it's somewhere in here. So just believe me, it's verbatim on this, and I'm trying to phrase it from memory in the most charitable way possible. But she says, I scrolled through our DMs and I never saw me say anything like that. And even though I know for a fact that a couple hours before I'm excited for this chat because I have something special for this part. He had talked to somebody else who had reshared the video with her. She lied to my face that she did not know what happened.
So this part is a little complicated to follow. Here, Mizu is talking about a conversation that we had about Ilara, because it's always about Ilara with him. Mizu uses this moment to claim that I was lying. I wasn't lying. I indeed never said that in our DMs. First of all, I was asking him where in our convo I said that exactly, and the reason why I pressed on this matter is because I knew I said something similar to Oko a few days before, not a few hours before like Mizu claims, which is, by the way, another lie. I asked that specifically because by that point,
She's saying I'm lying about what other people did. Rima, I don't know what other people did. And now you're mixing up like, oh, well, he said days and it meant hours. I don't know when it happened. You dumbass. Super chat for 5. Can Rima rename her vid Groundhog Day with how much it's looped? Yeah. Also, I'm over here, chat, so you can see the full message. I'll move out of the way when she's done.
I had strong suspicion Oko was repeating all of our conversations to Mizu. I had confronted him before.
You mean like how you shared our DMs with Straub? I can tell you for a fact, I have not seen a single DM between you and Akko. Akko has told me some of the stuff you said, post what happened, but I have not seen a single DM between you and Akko.
Which he denied the allegations, and I had confronted him a few days prior to which he had admitted and promised he wouldn't keep playing telephone between us. That's why I wanted to know where I had said that in our conversation. But thank you, Mizu. Your stream confirmed that Oko was indeed the rat, which is why he is now banned from our Discord server. Cleaning house feels good. Here Mizu lies about...
So, I don't know why she's like really knuckling down on this Rima thing. Like, she just refuses to accept that Rima did something shitty and that I have a valid reason to be upset about it. So I decided I was going to show this. Because believe it or not, Rima has actually publicly talked about the Rima thing on our own podcast. This was 11 months ago. Here, I'll scoot over so everybody can see that this was 11 months ago. This is what I have told Rima. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that bigger. This is what I've told Rima about Ilara and why I had like such a complaint with her.
But do you have any questions about our little beef with Ilara that has only been escalating?
Yeah, what the fuck is happening?
I mean, the only recent thing is somebody sent us a clip from her stream where she's like, I don't understand why they would unban Rina. It's completely unprecedented. They shouldn't have done that. It's like, what? Like, they didn't even give her a reason why they banned her in the first place. Why are you so invested in her staying banned? They
didn't give a reason for her ban?
Nope. She could never get one.
But I first of all, I don't understand where the beef comes from. And what's the point of it, really?
This is one of my big complaints with how Rima handles controversy with her friends. It's impossible for her to like tell her friends, hey, that was kind of a shitty thing you did. She's always got to make excuses for it. And I kind of I mentioned it in my stream, I let it slide because my opinion was Rima gives that charity to everyone. However, recently I've learned Rima does not give that charity to everyone. She only gives that charity to specific people she likes. Anyone else? Fuck you. You don't get charity.
And then secondly, I also feel like I want to play devil's advocate here. I don't understand the other side of that's the thing, it's like the pro lollies, they get so offended when they find out that other people aren't okay with sexualizing lollies. But it's like, if a furry was bragging about, I don't know, fucking a cub or something, you guys would also be grossed out by it. So this is how they see it. Like,
it's not
both sides kind of lack empathy.
It's the they can't leave it alone part.
Because it's okay if you don't like something. Like, I say this all the time on here. Shouldn't be yucking somebody else's yum. The world would be a lot better if people just left everybody alone. Because my dislike of her originally started when a smaller lollytuber called Arena Cumia was doing a lolly smasher pass stream, which she had like a very safe for work branding, so she didn't even do a smash or pass. She called it a kiss or miss stream. And first person to pop up in her messages in the bottom there is Alara going, Arena, you really need to rethink this. You're sexualizing children. This is a bad thing and you should delete this tweet.
Wait, Rena was in this?
Yeah. No, Irina.
Okay.
It was a lollytuber called Irina Kumia, who's like a little bear.
Okay.
And as soon as Alara does this, like all of her fans immediately start dogpiling Arena, calling her a pedophile, saying that she needs to get off the internet, trying to mass report her. Because that's what happens when you call somebody a pedophile. People take it like super seriously. It's not a word you should use lightly.
Yeah, but Ilara doesn't mind lollies. She's just not comfortable with sexualizing lollies, which is actually like the pretty... Like, I know in our audiences and in our groups, that's not the popular take, but it's the popular take everywhere else.
But that's the thing. It's not that she doesn't like it. It's that she goes out of her way to mess with people that do. And then she'll pretend like she doesn't later. It's perfectly fine to like be like, I don't like this. But she doesn't need to go to everybody that does like it and say, by the way, you're a pedophile. You shouldn't like this. But she does. Because she wants the attention. She wants to feel like she's morally better than them. And
no,
it just
I don't
causes
think...
people problems.
I don't think Ilara is like that. I actually think Ilara is a pretty nice person. I don't get that vibe from her. She's not a malicious person.
That's because she likes you. I've had to bring this up with Lumi before, because Lumi has some friends that are also people I would consider morally bankrupt. And I've told her before, they're nice to you because they like you. If they don't like you, they will throw you under the bus quicker than you can, like, say the words. Because that's what happened, like, when our thing happened.
Here is the part I kind of wanted chat. Because for me, Rima pretends I did not say this, that she did not know this. I know for a fact, Rima, that you told Akko that we had never told you about this. And here is me, on stream, 11 months ago, talking verbally with you, with witnesses, telling you exactly why I don't like Alara so much.
It was perfectly fine with any criticism she gave. But she immediately started taking stuff out of context to try and paint us in a worse light than we were, including me talking about being sexually assaulted in high school, which she cropped and clipped to make it sound like I was insulting somebody else.
But I think everybody was dunking on you guys during that time. So the thing is with Ilara is that she's...
I've always been iffy on Rima because of this comment. And the only thing I could do in my head to rationalize it is just saying Rima doesn't believe what I'm saying. So it's kind of okay. But like it's not really a good argument at the end of the day. So I'm like, look, Alara did this to me when I was kind of telling this like tragic story, and I really didn't like that. And she's like, yeah, well, everybody was dunking on you guys, so it's kind of whatever. It's not whatever, Rima. And I don't like that you have, to this day, refused to just say, yeah, she was bad for that. And I'll let it play out for another minute, just so you're aware she doesn't like loop back and say, yeah, no, Alara's shitty for that.
She's on the Twitch side of stuff, so she'll usually take the general opinion of things. She doesn't have the same audience that we do. So, and I guess she just doesn't go down all the rabbit hole. She doesn't go on the forums, so she doesn't have the other side of the medal, like I do sometimes. but I think her biggest crime is just maybe not covering the topics the way you would want her to. Like,
That is correct, Rima. I would wish that she would not crop a comment or crop a story where I'm talking about being essayed as a teenager to make it sound like I'm attacking somebody. I do, in fact, take great exception with her doing that. And I, to this day, will always take great exception with her doing that. And I'm sorry that for some reason you can't understand why that upsets me. Like, I just, yeah, that's upsetting. It genuinely is. And I've looked past it for the last 11 months and just been like, well, Rima's nice to everybody, so she's just a little naive and giving charity to everybody. It's okay. I can't say that about you anymore. Because you wouldn't give me charity. You wouldn't give a single tweet I made about you charity. But you would give Alara so much charity that she could actively do something like that to me, which you have been sent video of. I know for a fact you've been sent video of it. You've been sent video of it recently, and you still tried to pretend that you didn't know what it was. And you give her that charity, but you won't give that charity to me. I don't know how else to really put, like, why that would upset me.
their Discord server being more controlled than mine. Yes, our memes versus their obsessive, stalkerish posting. All the while,
I see that you're not showing obsessive, stalkerish posting. You're showing Akko saying that the thread was a little schizo, and me saying I felt our people were more controlled about you than your people were about me. Go on, show us the obsessive, stalkerish posting.
his co-admin is directly contradicting him in the live stream, saying the Cinder thread was locked because people were getting too schizo. Like,
And I disagreed with them. I wanted it locked because no new information was coming out, and people were just, like, using it to discuss their opinions on Cinder, and I didn't really want it for that. We disagree, Rima. We're not the same person.
like they said. Someone even pointed out on Twitter saying, I mean, those just look like memes regardless of intention.
That guy's in your Discord, Rima. Some random stranger pointed it out on Twitter. It's one of your fans, Rima. Your fans were linking my tweets in your Discord. You showed them doing it earlier. Like, your Discord is doing the brigading you are claiming we're doing, which I'm not complaining about. People can rant about my tweets all they want. It's fine. They're public tweets. But your Discord is actively doing that, and you're pretending like, oh, that didn't happen. It's just some random people.
And Mizu responds, that's such a sad excuse for this kind of behavior. Oh, but the harassment in your Discord is fine. Your Discord members soliciting members of my Discord server to spy on me is fine. If your server...
It's a public Discord. You're not being spied on. Stop being a baby. If you don't want to be, quote, spied on, then make your Discord private.
is more controlled. It's not because you've handled things better. It's because your users went so far over the line that they had to be reined in several times. Also, as you've mentioned in your stream, you had to dig those memes up from not one, not two, but from days ago when you went full crazy on Twitter because of my sin.
What? What are you talking about? You admitted on your stream you had to dig these up from days ago. What? I don't understand. All I did was I went on your Discord and I went into the media search bar and then I typed in the name of the rat channel. Nothing else. And I just scrolled down.
Cinder video. The meme is based on something you actually said.
That doesn't stop it from being out of context. And you recognize that doesn't stop it from being out of context. Because I posted your entire message in your Discord, start to finish, and you're claiming it's out of context. and it's really damaging your credibility. Like, do you not see the hypocrisy in just this whole video? One sentence out of my 2-paragraph tweet is not out of context. It's just something I said. But your entire message, start to finish, with previous messages that you're responding to, is deeply out of context because of months and months and months old messages from your mods. Are you insane? That is such a high bar you are placing for me, and such a, like, literally, the bar is in hell for you.
Claims that people made that specific meme to ruin his reputation. Fanfiction, no one ever said that.
Someone in your server did in fact say that, and after I made this tweet, they went and deleted the message. Someone in your server literally said, word for word, we need to ruin Mizu's reputation. We need to take him out of context just like he does other people. And then somebody in chat told them it was a bad look and they deleted it. You can say that I'm lying all you want, but everything you're basing this on is deleted messages, man. Heck, you're deleting your own DMs.
And Rima said, okay, I'll talk to Alara, and I'll see, like, if maybe we can build a bridge, so to speak. And I was like, okay, that's fine, Rima, it's whatever. So Rima comes back a little later and says, yeah, hey, Alara doesn't want to talk to you.
That's also completely false. Alara never said that.
Other than sharing...
I can believe that Alara didn't say that. However, Rima, you did tell me that she said that. So you need to kind of justify this now. Did Alara not say that, and I'm lying about Alara, which I couldn't have known because you told it to me, or are you lying about Alara? Because that's something you told me. Sorry.
The DMs to Straub, she has not necessarily, to my knowledge, lied about what we talked about. And until she starts lying about what we talked about in DMs, I don't necessarily feel a need to share those. Because that's kind of my rule with DMs, is the only time you share them is when you have to defend yourself, to prove that someone is lying about them.
Good. Then Mizu will understand that I'll have to share DMs to show that he's lying about me right now. I'll only show what's necessary though. First,
That's not how that works. You can't be like, oh, I'm only going to show like a couple DMs. Because you deleted everything. You went back and you deleted everything. You're trying to hide it. And now you're like, oh, I'm only going to show like the parts that are important to my argument. That's disgusting behavior.
Mizu DM'd me saying Alara had blocked him on his Twitter, so he's pretty sure this convo will never happen. We go back and forth on the topic of Alara and don't end up agreeing, so I just end up switching the conversation. After that, Oko messaged me wondering if I ever spoke to Alara about those peace talks. I explained that when I
Notice, hey Rima, did you ever talk to Alara about those peace talks? Nope. Something you still game for. This means that you have verbally confirmed that this was a thing you were doing. This is also DMs between him and Akko privately. This is the first time I've ever seen these. So Rima, you're outing yourself here. This is not helping your case.
When I spoke about it with Mizu, he seemed reluctant, so I didn't. Then we decided to bring it up.
I did not seem reluctant. In fact, this is the... Where is it? It's down here, I think. This is where it is. We've always been fine with it. The offer has always been open. Rima, you never approached me about this. You're just straight lying. And you're relying on the fact that you have deleted every DM you've ever sent to me to make that argument. You can't do that, Rima. Oh, I'm just going to show like what's important. Well, you've already deleted everything else, so I can't get the context for it. You can see this is in a chat called Seahorse. This was a DM group between me, Akko, Lumi, and Rima. We thought it was funny. Seahorse.
in the group chat of the Under the Tea podcast. But even then, the team seemed reluctant at the idea and even seemed upset at Oko for bringing up the idea. I'm not upset at them for this, but naturally, what do you want me to do? Of course I dropped it. I didn't think that they wanted to do this. Shouldn't
This is not us saying we didn't want to do this. This was a time where we were kind of having issues with Akko, which you know about. And I was kind of upset that people kept trying to, like, say stuff on my behalf. And I was getting a little antsy about it. I have no problem admitting that. Akko has no problem admitting that. It's whatever.
you discuss this with us first instead of throwing it out to a third party? Didn't we talk about you saying stuff out loud on behalf of the podcast without first consulting us just the other day? I mean, I wanted to ask because it was something I didn't know was set down or anything. I still wanted to talk things out ever since we started. So I didn't know we needed to restart discussions about it. I said, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything before you guys make a decision. And then I switched the topic. They never got back to me after that. So I literally thought it was dropped. But Ilara never ever told me that she didn't want to talk to them, and I certainly never told them that too.
And then all of a sudden the other day, Straub pops into our Discord, which is public, like there's no problem with that. And this is the first post she makes. She goes, these are some really nice rules you got here. And I just say,
this is almost a year old. What does it have to do with anything? She's upset that in my stream on Straub, I mentioned the Ilara thing that happened. This thing here. And that I was upset that Rima was constantly making excuses for Ilara.
hey, hoi Straub, because, you know, she popped in, thought I'd be polite, say hi. I didn't really understand what this was about. I thought maybe it was like a legitimate compliment, but it felt really weird. And then I was sure that it was supposed to be like some kind of backhanded compliment, when later she just posts this of her talking to a wall. And I was like, okay.
Mizu here intentionally
Straub was replying to a different message shows that she said something else at a different time. It's not proof that she's, like, replying to a different message, Rima. I don't... It's the same guy, too. What are you talking about? Mama Akko for 5. I will say right here, right now, that I asked Rima without Mizu's knowledge. That's what I'm saying. I think people admit that. But, like, this is such a dumb point on her behalf. Like, this isn't even a lie.
Into a wall.
Says, lie number 11, Straub is replying to a different message. It's not a lie, Rima. She's replying to this one. You're just kind of like, oh, there's other messages in there, so it's to other ones.
And I was like, okay.
Mizu here intentionally crops out what Straub is replying to so he can lie and pretend that Straub is being aggressive for no reason.
Is she not being aggressive? For no reason? With random strangers who are just asking for clarification on who she is? I don't know what you're talking about.
When she was in fact replying to this person saying, wait, hold, are you D-Straub, Rev's wife? He also did the same thing on Twitter with his tweet where he purposefully omits this context. Ironically, his own tweet mentions giving the full context to his audience. How can you be so dishonest?
And I reply in chat, I'm like,
Oh, Rima, how can people be dishonest? Says the person who just said, I'm going to share our DMs, but only specific ones that I think are important. Oh, this is pathetic. This is painful, bro.
Rima, I really don't feel like you did any research on this. And somebody in chat replies to me that says, I don't think you watched any of Shy Lily's video. So I just replied, I covered the entire video on stream. Of course I've seen it. Immediately timed out. And the reason I was given was self-promotion for saying that I had watched.
Here is the lie. Mizu is banned from chat because he sent multiple aggressive comments during the premiere. Remind me, Rima, what did you say at the start of this stream? Did you say that it was for self-promotion? What about this, Rima? Let me pop it up in our DMs here. Let's see. Oh, it was at the start, sorry. They timed you out for self-promo. Is that not what you said in DMs? Is that not what you said at the start of your video? I actually have it as well in my little slideshow here. Let me, which one do I have it under, I think? This one, yeah. So I have one in here where the mods admit that it is, in fact, for self-promo. We'll loop back to it. I'll get to that in a bit. Because I'm going to go through all of those messages later. Because if we're gonna talk smack about whose chat is more toxic, we're gonna do it.
Watched it on stream.
Mizu here downplays the real reason why he was timed out. Only talks about a single message he sent in my.
You said it was self-promo. You said at the start of the stream it was self-promo. You said in DMs it was self-promo. Your moderators said it was self-promo. I'm not downplaying anything. I'm specifically showing what you told me. It's pathetic, Rima. It genuinely is.
My live stream chat when he sent several that were highly disrespectful of my content, and he should have known so much better.
Oh, it's highly disrespectful of your content. Your content talking about someone else's life and livelihood. Your content dragging another person. Oh, good lord, I can't believe I criticized you. This is what I'm talking about. You can't talk about other people, Rima, and then say that people can't talk about you. That's not good behavior.
I would never go into somebody else's chat and presume I can talk like this. At the end of the day, it's honestly so crazy that it even had to come to this. What really sucks is that my honesty and integrity, something I take real pride in, has been attacked and questioned over and over because of this. So I hope you'll understand why this situation has made me more emotional than usual. I took it all lying down until now, but I reached a point.
No, you didn't. You sent our DMs to Straub. You sent Straub to our Discord. You've been talking shit with your mods constantly in Discord. You're not taking it lying down. Stop pretending like you didn't do anything. You admitted at the start of the stream you sent Straub to us. You specifically admitted to that.
Where I felt like I had to speak to defend my friend, myself, and my community. Because really, what's the point of anything if I can't even stand up for my community, who is now being solicited by these awful people, and defend the friends I care so deeply about? But talking about friends, Mizu wants to know that you better watch out because he's got friends in high places.
I will say just one more thing, because I made an ominous tweet referring to this the other day, where I said that the people in high places, they talk about the puddle, and they think the puddle doesn't see it. But surprisingly, despite the size of my fan base, I actually do have a lot of people in high places that like me. So I occasionally get DMs that is something along the lines of, I'm in the private chat room of this group of people and they're talking about you. And the other day I learned of like 6 or 7 major VTubers private chats with like a select group of people in it that all of them were chatting shit about me. There is a lot of, I don't know how, but despite the fact I'm like a 2K channel, I have people that unironically have like 1 million subs that think about me almost every day. And I don't know how they know me. I don't know how it gets around.
Rima, you're a 100K channel, made an hour-long video about me. Do I have to say more? You're in Mythic. You're sitting up there next to Shy Lily and Bao, considered like the top of the indie community. And you're gonna unironically play this clip at the end of your hour-long video, schizo posting the crap about me.
I can tell you that like, obviously I know the people who specifically tell me, but I also know some of the people who support me. Because even though tweets, or even though likes now on Twitter are private, they're not private from me. And I can see who likes my stuff. So I know, like, what larger creators are on my side and which ones aren't. And I say that because I know some of those people in those large chats are gonna lose their shit. I know they freak out every time they realize that somebody's talking to me. And they try and do little purges. But the fact...
Rima, you admitted to doing this earlier. You literally said that you were like spazzing out, trying to purge the spies from your Discord that were leaking me information. Your public Discord again, by the way. Playing this clip at the end of this video, after everything you've said, shows probably the world's biggest lack of self-awareness I have ever seen. This is hilarious. Also, Genji, thank you for the 5. It's insane how every time she opens her mouth, she exposes her lack of research. It's pathetic. And Aguirio for 10. Congrats on one guy in a 100k channel. Learn to take the most softball criticism. Rima.
Fact of the matter is, most people that are that high up that are watching me privately are typically smart enough to not get themselves caught.
These people are so unserious.
Says the person who made an hour video about me. Now chat. If you just wanted the Rima response, the Rima response is done. We have discussed Rima. Totally. What we're gonna do next is I made a little slideshow. Fun little slideshow for us. Of all the wonderful things that Rima's Discord has been saying. And I do want to read the first part of this. After everything we have seen, I want you to know this came out earlier today from her Discord. And I want you to know how Rima views how she and Straub have acted and how they see this going forward in the future. So I'm going to scoot myself back to my little corner over here where I normally am, so I'm not cutting out a bunch of information from you guys. IDK if it's an immigrant thing, but in my family, when we argue, we're like, okay, let's go eat. It's all cool. Maybe they see disagreements as something horrible, which would make a lot of sense, but to us, it's no big deal. And Straub replies to her, I'm moving on, though. It is what it is. I don't hate anyone involved. I don't like how Mizu acts, though, and honestly, I think the portion about me was just petty. But that's fine. I can be petty myself, so I get it. Except I feel like I'm right most of the time, and this person is not. That is unironically. After everything you have seen, this has come out after all of that. This is how they view what they've done. Really? Really? Is this actually how you see yourself? Really? Really? That is so funny. Genuinely so funny. So I kind of wanted to start with this. Because this was kind of a new thing that came out a little bit. Because Akko did a stream on Rima, which I told Akko I don't think they should, but they did anyways. It's their content, they're allowed to do it. And this was the one thing I mentioned earlier. All because Yuriko blocked Mizu for promoting during her premiere stream and not covering the powder document. Oh, is there somebody else that was involved in this? Another big channel that had a different opinion? Yeah, maybe that's right. Here's another person in your chat, openly admitting it was for promoting, self-promotion. I don't know why you're trying to pretend that wasn't what you told me, and that wasn't what your chat was told, but whatever, dude. Also, they keep bringing this thing up on NDA. Akko said that Rima probably violated NDAs she has with companies by telling the information to Akko. That's, I mean, Rima might not have an NDA with her company, but it'd be weird if she didn't. And then obviously we have this, where Rima basically says it's self-promo again. She continues with the self-promo story. I don't know why she just refuses to accept it. And then this was from her stream about me, the one we just watched. I left one comment in her stream and was instantly banned. Mizu got banned immediately. Deserved. This is them admitting that Dev is on good terms with Rima. This is how she's acting, though. She makes a video all about me, and I'm not allowed to answer. Immediately banned for one comment. Wasn't even a mean comment. Free to show it. She has it, but I don't know if it saves it. But she just, that's how she acts. This is them kind of whining about the relentless harassment thing, sending more memes. And the important part here is Rima. He was just banned last night after he came to the live stream to throw accusations. Rima can pretend that she's not seeing all of this, that she's not participating in all this. She's in the weeds here with her chat, regularly talking shit with them, regularly participating in the memes with them. She just, that's how she is. She sees all of it. So what does she see? Exactly. Well, she sees all the fun little insults they have. I don't know what's like blocked in here. I didn't check it. Whatever. You got people just, Mizu, not gonna accuse Rima of anything. I'm gonna deliberately imply it. Literal journoid behavior. This is just all of her chat. Even worse, he acts as if he doesn't defend Cinder. She going all hog wild over Nanolis after the ban, spouting, it's not about Cinder at all. It's about Nanolis now. I didn't do that. I don't know what else they want me to say. Here's the Japanese meme. Geminex is one of her mods. He's in our Discord. He's free to be in our Discord. It's a public Discord. This is memes that her mods are sharing. We have, well, he's a small creator. You can't attack smaller creators. He's just a little guy and it's his birthday. Like, this is, to me, these are kind of not problematic, right? These are just people being assholes. And people are allowed to be assholes. But they keep sharing that. Like, her chat is just this. But she's pretending that it's not. It's your birthday? No, it's not my birthday. I don't know why he said that. I think it's a meme thing. This was the DMs thing. The DMs honestly don't interest me much. Well, I probably should, consider Rima is deleting them. If it was streamed, he should realize everything was saved and context matters. Well, she didn't save everything. Don't care about the DMs. I mean, Rima's sharing parts of the DMs, and her chat doesn't care. Not important. Unless Rima or anyone else broke NDA and DMs or something, which is still bonkers of an accusation. This was from Akko, it's not from me. More interested in how they will try to spin this insanity. Also, I'm going to turn my music back on real quick. I like my music. Feel like this exposed video Mizu is making is about to be 10-pack of ass. Rima, that doesn't sound very constructive. That sounds very rude. I thought we only allowed constructive criticism. This is a meme they made for Akko. I have them listed here somewhere, I think. But everybody's saying I have Akko on a leash. I give Akko advice, but I don't control them. They do their own content. Like, Rima, do you really think, oh, this is just a fun little innocent meme? Do you really think it's not supposed to be insulting or demeaning? I don't care that it is. The chat can be as insulting and demeaning as they want, but don't lie. only saying that because he wants his name on the stream. Think of the clout. If his name was on it, it'll be content for him. I've got 300 people watching me now on YouTube and over 1,000 watching me on Twitter. I get clout either way, bro. And it's not about the clout, but it's kind of funny. That's all you guys care about. Making a video as we speak. I'm not gonna make a video. You guys don't deserve the effort. I will make a stream. I did make a little Google thing for you though. And I can link this in the bottom if anybody just kind of wants to peek through it. We do have this, which, again, were the insults. Akko's his butt slave, and Akko has 100 plus CCV often. I have 100 plus CCV often. Like, I don't know what that matters. The thing I kind of took out of here was this. Was her chat started spreading this weird thing that we were planning on suing Rima. And I don't know where it came from. I don't know where they brought it from. I think they brought up the NDA thing, but they kept saying we were gonna sue them. That's with what money? I don't make enough money to sue some random asshole on Twitter, dude. And they say I doubt they even have money for a lawyer. They're legitimately trying to come up with any excuse to go after Rima. She made an hour-long video of me. I don't need an excuse. What court will entertain their lawsuit over memes? What messages are they accusing Rima of deleting? It's all liars and excuses. You guys are in here talking about we're gonna send you a lawsuit, and you're like, Mizu and Dip are all liars. Go ahead, show us where we said we were gonna sue you. Fucking weirdos. I do have this. This is my longest section. It's just random stuff I didn't really feel like fit anywhere, but I do have more stuff after this. They pulled this, it's pedantic midwit arguments. After what we just saw, they have the gall to say I'm being pedantic. And we've got Rima arguing over, well, these messages were posted a day ago, not hours ago. What do you mean? They had this one too. Nothing's about Mizu except when he organizes harassment campaigns to pretend he's anything more than a petty bastard. The stream name isn't about Mizu. Her 3-hour stream has an hour dedicated to me. What do you mean it's not about me? The whole stream isn't about me, for sure. But this 1-hour video is clearly about me. It's just delusion. She literally makes an hour video about me, and her fans are like, oh, it's not about you. What do you mean it's not about me? It's my face on the front. It's ridiculous. I did have to show this, because people got mad that on Twitter I said I thought Raiko was a mod. This is Raiko. This is the color of his name. This is Raiko. This is one of her mods. Okay, I made a mistake. He's not a mod. You can't sit here and tell me that, like, that's not an easy mistake to make. And is it really that, like, we're talking about pedantry, and you guys are upset that I called him a mod? Whatever, bro. Yeah, there, you get a W. He's not a mod. I was wrong about that. Have a cookie. Akko mentioned the thread comments not being removed since they weren't being reported. Does that mean they're willfully ignoring the trashy comments in the thread? That means me, Akko, and Lumi work day jobs. And we can't sit on Discord all day and do nothing but talk to people about drama. We have stuff to do. So yes, if people don't report problems to us, we typically don't see them. I know for people that are chronically online, it's very, like, strange to you that we don't see every single thing that's posted, but we do have real day jobs. And then in between that, I do like to have some downtime from work and stressing about content. And again, we're being pedantic. Quoting Akko's tweet, they lied about what exactly? Absolutely nothing. Nothing, but it's about Mizu apparently, and how Rima lied about their interactions. They're going to paint her as canceling a VTuber for Bible thumping in Roblox, with her own editing looking homophobic, and even asked, was I homophobic, in her own post. I predict they will have a disclaimer that says, please don't harass anyone. We don't welcome it here. Then afterwards, Rima is a slur. This is what I'm talking about, is they are actually using the fact that we put up disclaimers that we don't want people to be attacked as a way to attack us. They're like, okay, well, you say that, but some people do it anyways, so clearly you're a bad person. Okay, I guess, you know, some people break the law, just don't have laws. It's dumb. Who needs laws? Nice, I wake up to another shit show with Akko and Mizu. Rima clap back. This is her mod again. It's just funny. I let them do all the talking and they just stumble along the way without knowing. The fools cook themselves. Rima changed the stream title to Part 2 so Mizu won't get confused with the incredibly burdensome task, the slightest hint of research for what they say. They were very mad about this. For some bizarre reason, her chat was upset at my tweet where I said that Rima had like 20 minutes about me, or 20 minutes about her subject, and then 30 minutes about me. That was before the stream was even over. And they're like, there's 2 videos. Mizu missed the fact that there are 2 videos. Yeah, I didn't go to her channel to see if there was a second video up. Oh, good lord. That doesn't change the fact that I was referring to the content she made about me. But okay, you get another W. There was a part 1. Oh, wild. She admitted to it all. They refused to acknowledge it. This is Cinder. This is a argument that Rima used with me. This is an argument that her chat has used with me. That in Cinder's apology, she admitted to everything that she was accused of. That is not true. I don't know why they're trying to push this. Cinder because in fact, the criticism from Shy Lily in her own video, which Rima covered on stream, was that Cinder refused to apologize for all the other stuff. That was her exact criticism of Cinder's apology. And yet Rima and her chat are constantly pushing this stuff. That no, she did everything. And this is where I thought this one person who I see in a lot of these comments was gonna like snap to reality and realize how much of Rima's chat was just bullshit. It says that's the thing though, she didn't admit to absolutely everything and they're being pedantic with it. They're being pedantic with the fact that she didn't admit to stuff. It says she admitted to enough to confirm it all. It says we don't know the exact extent of how much Red's messages she knew about. And then the guy, like, after all of this, just, you're morally wrong if you disagree. Like, they're just, like, don't want to hear this. This person actually agrees with me. But he's in Rima's server, and he's just, like, entrenched in this thinking that I'm bad. For all the reasons that they're screwing with him in these screenshots. And he just hasn't clicked in his head, I guess. He never comes around. I wish he did. About the Cinder thing, that's not true, and also tons of tweets, but you can't tell him he's wrong. Being wrong doesn't matter. When you have a narrative, I'm embracing the anti-narrative. Narrative. And I said we made 2 videos a month ago that never talked about it again. I made Trial by Cinder, and I made Shy Lily the Real Mean Girl. That's it. I made the Shy Lily video the day her video came out. I made the Cinder video, like, it was either a day or a couple days after the documents came out. I made them back to back. That's the only videos I've made on Cinder. Point blank none. And that was when it happened over a month ago. Also, like this, they tried to push, I was harassing Tectone and Shy Lily. Tectone came out and swung at me for literally no reason. He saw my tweet about the Shy Lily video and he just started swinging. He even literally said that he was going to send people to my channel to ban me. And again, this is where I was hoping this guy would snap out of it. Rima's chat is openly lying to him, just telling him falsehoods, and he knows they're falsehoods. IDK about Tectone. Tectone started it with Mizu, didn't he? They're just lying to him openly. And he's not getting it. He's not getting that this is all Rima's chat is. Rewatching Rima's latest VOD. How the fuck is Mizu gonna defend the thread comments? Again, kind of showed you guys that. I covered the thread comments on my own video. Sorry, it was back here. You guys saw them. I showed them like 20 different times. But yeah, I did show the thread comments on my original video, bro. I don't have to show anything else. I don't know why Rima pretended like I didn't show the thread comments. Since Mizu was on the stream chat, I wonder what he's saying on Twitter right now. Gotta eat some brekkie. Replies to somebody else. This was a weird one. So, an indicator of Akko and Dev's wonderfulness. They're talking about Short Fat Otaku here and Mama Akko. When Kirsch was dropped from the Crime Boss game, and her community boycotted them in response, in came Akko and Dev with the mub both sides bad. Boycotting a company for shitty behavior is cancel culture, the only consequence culture when it's someone you dislike. Akko did not do this. And it's... I don't know why they're trying to like link them together like this. Especially when after the stream, people admitted that Dev and Rima are on good terms. So they're trying to swing at Dev, but they're not, they don't realize that Dev and Rima are friends apparently. Also, they say I'm a clout chaser and narcissistic. Mizako Midori, and this is again her mod, Jamin-X. It's how Mizu operates. It's a game of schizophrenic telephone. Mizu's delusions invent alternative facts, which they repeat to their hug box. Then it evolves at each step. Straub raided their Discord. Straub came in like a bulldozer. I'm sure we'll see the next tweet. Straub was R-wording and pillaging Mizu's Discord. Again, none of this is me. This is from other people. I did not say this. So, like, say what you want, but they're trying to, like, brand me with every single person that's ever spoken to me. I don't know how they expect me to get around it. That's kind of the random comments I had. And I wanted to show that they're, like, obsessed with this idea of spying. I don't know why. Because it's a public Discord. Like, I literally still joined it on an alt account. Straub mentioned, spy says what? It only shows me how much this situation lives rent-free in the UTT community. This spying is just cringe. I don't understand. And then Straub had this one, no gay ops except the guy who tried to get spies in Rima's server and hasn't been banned yet. Just curious. A quick question, is Rima's server public or invite only? Straub says, I don't know. Bro. They're like accusing us of stuff and they don't even know like the server they're in, if it's public or not. It's ridiculous. It's so dumb. He will be banned if true, but remember, street goes both ways. Straub replies, I can probably assume public, and I can see where you're coming from with it. That being said, the guy said he wanted to spy, and it's clear his intentions aren't good. Rima has a right to not want people like that in her server, just like you guys wouldn't want people like that in yours. I'm not going to argue, was just curious if he was punished at all. This is about the Lord Tyrion person. You didn't tell us about him. Like, everything that happened with him is in DMs, and only you knew about it. You intentionally did not tell us about him to use it in a video. You can't ask us if we did anything about him. Thank you for the head pats. It's appreciated. And then this one I showed earlier, the High Akko Spies. They're obsessed with the idea that we're spying on a public server. And then I have a section here I just called Rima is Cringe. This is them talking about Raiko's making new memes for the fake NDA claims. Rima's in here going, huh, what's this? He's like, I made a meme of it. My point with some of these pictures is that Rima is participating in this, and she's not ever saying stop. Like, she showed messages of us saying stop, and she's trying to show us as like that's a negative, but she never once in any message I found of her ever say, hey guys, we should stop. We should chill. We should pump the brakes on that a little bit. On the bright side, I love this one. I posted this one on Twitter. On the bright side, when I think about it, I'm basically like my idol, Whitebeard. They also trying to turn his crewmates against him. The One Piece is real, chat. The One Piece is real. And Rima's going for it. Don't ever compare yourself to an anime character. It's fucking cringe. It's always cringe. It never comes off good. You are not the main character, Rima. Also, if I remember right, Whitebeard dies, so have fun with that part. I don't know when that part of your story comes. Unless Rima or anyone else broke NDA and DMs or something, which is still bonkers of an accusation. She says insanity. An NDA is something you sign with a company, not some random loser. Little bro trying to materialize lies from thin air. Sorry, I gotta pull this up for you guys. I didn't notice it wasn't visible. Little bro trying to materialize lies from thin air. They're running out of ideas, I think. Her chat just told her this was true. She has not once checked it. She is just running with this meme that Akko is suing her for an NDA. Never looked into it. Not once. She's just running with it. I posted this one on my tweet too. Little bro trying to materialize lies from thin air. And Raiko goes, guys, Mizu's recording. Again with this spying thing. Nobody's spying on you. It's a public Discord. I have an alt account in it. It's not hard. You just go to your last video and you get the link. And affected by the post deleted that was shown yesterday. I'm pretty sure this is in reference to the DMs. Which, she shared like 2 DMs and then deleted everything. Can't do that. And then you see Rima back down here. Mizu throws 2 jabs at Straub, and Straub should not have replied to Mizu. I didn't say she shouldn't have replied to me. I said she did reply to me. And you can't sit here and say that she is you. Therefore, by replying to her, I've replied to you. It's pathetic behavior. And then Rima, guys, I deserve smarter haters. That doesn't sound very constructive, Rima. That sounds kind of sounds like an insult, almost. I thought we were supposed to be constructive with our criticism, Rima. Also, I had this one from Straub, this was said in Rima's stream about me. I find it funny how they loved all of us so much until we disagreed with them, and now we are hated. Akko and Mizu have said crazy things about me since this. I don't even think my DMs were too much, and I love being taken out of context. By the way, I showed every single DM with Straub. Start to finish, no cuts, the entire thing. There's nothing in there that I cut out. So there's no context I've taken you out of. I showed every single message you sent. And the other one is we didn't love you. I mean, they might have, but I didn't love Rima. I always thought Rima was kind of iffy. And I didn't love you. I simp for women, but not women like you. I thought Rev was average, and I liked him more like years ago, but that was fucking 3 years ago, lady. I've always found y'all's content kind of lazy since then. You post like 20 videos a day about one tweet, and you stretch one tweet out for 10, 15 minutes. I mean, you do low effort ASMR content. Like, I'm not trying to be insulting. I know I am. But guys are just like obsessed with this idea that everyone loves you and you're these beautiful paragons of the community, and you're not. You're just like average. And you're average in a space where there isn't anybody else. So obviously you get tons of views because there's nobody else in the niche. Mizu drops evidence of that every time they post on Twitter. This is in response to Rima dropped evidence of Mizu being a retard. And Raytheon says, well, I mean, damning evidence. They're just constantly insulting. And like, you're fine to insult, but don't pretend like you're not, because you are. And then I wanted to share this part, because I thought this was funny in like a kind of a sad way. They have this conversation. I think they're watching Akko's video at this time, the video Akko released today. Remo says, Lamau. Rob says, this is actually crazy. The conspiracy theorist nature of this video is actually making me feel insane. And Rima says, guys, IDK, this isn't fair at this point. I think they might have a learning disability. And Ray says, extreme autism, but they spell it wrong. That by itself is whatever. Although I do know some people in Rima's community would take offense to saying someone has a learning disability. That is kind of something in her community that's not accepted. Which is why it starts a fight about this. That's a different conversation. I'm talking about their reading comprehension. This guy links that actually autism is a learning disability. And then they like have this fight about autism. And they get in this debate, is autism a learning disability? Is it a learning buff? And like, they just go off the wall. And they just keep going with this like autism thing. It's so funny to me. Lord Kagai for 5. Whitebeard dies from a gunshot from a former crewmate. That's some crazy foreshadowing, Rima. Look, I don't care that Rima... Well, I kind of care because it's Akko, it's not me. I kind of care that Rima insulted Akko that way. But at the same time, like... your chat's eating you alive on this. I don't know why. And then this was, of course, the thread comment thing. I did show the thread in my video. I don't know why they think, like, this is a huge own. This is literally my video. And then here, let me, real quick. I'm not going to have time to go through it tonight, chat. I'm sorry, because it's late. But I did have all of our DMs. So, probably what's going to happen is down below, I will, I don't know, throw them in like a Google Doc or something, maybe. And I will just let people look through them if they want. But real quick, I'm just going to, for those who don't want to do that, show them on screen. And it is the entire collection of our conversation that she has deleted because she wanted to bring up specific points to use in her video. And you can tell, like, it's just like a casual conversation, trying to be nice, and she is just refusing to let it be a conversation. And it wouldn't have any extra, like, context to it. I think I'm fine with people just reading it and kind of taking their own opinion about it. And the only part that's missing is the very last message that I already showed, where I was like, hey, Straub is doing some dumb shit. Can you make them not? Oh, yep, then there's that. So I did download Rima's whole stream from earlier. Just in case she deleted it, because you never know what she's going to delete. Luckily, she didn't this time, so we're good. But chat, I'm sorry, it is 3 a.m. This has actually gone on way longer than I thought it would end up doing. Again, thank you for the head pats. Don't harass anybody, please. I'm kind of fine with making this a, just kind of like I shitpost at them and they shitpost at me. If they want to escalate it, they're free to escalate it. I don't care. But I'm not going to sit here and make like a 20-part series on why I don't like Rima. Also, thank you for the more head pats. Real quick, chat, if you don't mind sitting around for just a minute, I'm going to raid out to somebody, and we're going to give somebody like a huge group of stuff. Oh yeah, I'm going to do this person. I've been watching this person recently, and I've been liking their content, so I hope you guys will like it as well. Really quick, I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I think I got all of them. I did miss Shadow Gale for 2. Rima needs a Tard Wrangler really bad. Joe the Lizard for 10. Rima is such an obvious clout-chasing grifter. Aguario for 5. Remember Straub tried to lie about not knowing whose server it was? I do think I read that one, but I don't mind reading it. Wolfsbane for 5. Harassment. Rima, you keep using that word. I do not think you know it means what you think it means. Shadow Gale for 2. Rima pulling a Catliente, typical woman. Sparky for 10. Rima, you jump around in your video. The screenshots stating everything that's been happening using screenshots years apart. That was the issue. You need a time machine to make the narrative work. Listened. Dragon Eric for 5. Heave ho for Rock and Stone. Back to the drama mines we go. And Avenged for 5. Careful, Mizu. Rima might think you are making fun of her community. Aguario for 2. And Aguario for another 2. Alt model kind of nice though. Bottom right. So thank you everybody for showing up. It was much appreciated. Do I like not safe for work fan art? I am 100% fine with not safe for work fan art. My only rules, if you want me to like repost it or retweet it, like, you know, basically shill you on my account, is not do anything that's like too extreme. Admittedly, I'm actually fine with a lot of extreme stuff, but there are a couple things that just like, eh. But I'm not gonna like go after you for doing something I don't like. You are free to do anything you want, and I will stick on that hill. I hope you guys don't mind showing up tomorrow. We're gonna just do some fun streaming. It'll be more like gaming stuff. And then obviously, a new thing we've started is every Wednesday we do Lawtism with Ava, and it's been super fun. If you want to watch this week's, we actually did it on Thursday. We covered the Ethan Klein lawsuit, the H3H3 lawsuit. And in our opinion, it's probably not going to go anywhere, but you never know. Courts can swing any way they want. Thank you, Lord Kagai, for 5. Lots of love and head pats for the puddle. Mizu, does that mean we are playing more Night Rain tomorrow? If you want to, I will stream Night Rain with you. I do not mind, because I did not have a specific plan. But good night, everybody. Thank you for the boo balloons. And just for the extra people before I go, have a quick pop of them too. I love the popping balloons. Night, everybody. We'll see you guys later. And I hope you all have a good night. Good night, good evening, good day, whatever time it is where you're at. Bye, guys.